This is Old School Lane, broadcasting from Huntsville, Alabama, and being relayed from the Arameta Studios in Manchester in the United Kingdom. You are watching Old School Lane, broadcasting from Huntsville, Alabama, and being relayed from the Aaron Meta Show studios in Manchester, in the United Kingdom.
On October 25th, 2000, the animated series As Told by Ginger debuted on Nickelodeon. It was a very unique show for its time, focusing on a teenage girl named Ginger Foutley and showcasing her friends, family, and perspectives of life in middle and high school. Now, 15 years, 60 episodes, including 4 TV movies later, it's time to look back and discuss about my personal top 15 favorite episodes of the series. Some of my older followers may remember that 3 years ago, I already did a list of my top 10 favorite episodes. Well, it's pretty outdated. There were some episodes that I watched that resonated with me at the time, and others that I didn't know what I was thinking when putting it on the list. Before starting As Told by Ginger Month, I went back and saw every single episode again, and wrote down the ones that left a huge lasting impression on me. Now keep in mind, if there are any episodes that you feel that should have been on the list, or if the episode should have been ranked higher or lower, just remember that this is my personal opinion. With that out of the way, let's get started. Number 15. A Lesson in Tightropes. Ginger is told by her longtime best friend and boyfriend, Darren Patterson, that he wants to break up the relationship. Ginger is feeling really sad and heartbroken about the breakup and lies in her bed. However, this is just the beginning. When Lois, Ginger's mother, goes upstairs to check to see if she's all right, she finds Ginger with a high fever and clenching her abdomen. It turns out that she has appendicitis and was hospitalized. Meanwhile, Carl is upset about Ginger being hospitalized, as well as worried that Lois and Dr. Dave will break up their engagement, especially since Jonas, their estranged father, has become more and more part of their lives. It's pretty low on this list because it's very melodramatic and depressing. It's understandable that something as severe as appendicitis should be treated very seriously, but it's a little bit too much at times. Even the montage where Lois is at the waiting room reminiscing about Ginger is very sad.
It's kinda sad, really. Guess I'm the sort who'll linger. When the credits roll, I still can't leave a picture. The picture I hold in my heart.
But it's on this list because of Carl's story. Learning more of his opinions of his father being neglectful in his life has developed his character a whole lot more. Especially throughout the entire series, he was mostly portrayed as the rambunctious, troublemaking, disgusting little boy. He becomes an even more relatable and sympathetic character in this episode. It's actually one of the very few episodes of As Told by Ginger that I prefer Carl's story as opposed to Ginger's. While the Wild Thornberrys had a similar plot involving Eliza suffering from appendicitis, As Told by Ginger is better presented with a lot more at stake. It's a very important episode since the events that happened are referenced later throughout the remainder of the series. However, there are other episodes that are on this list that I enjoy a lot more. Number 14. Stuff'll Kill Ya. Ginger becomes more stressed with schoolwork with constant assignments and tests that she has to do. She doesn't know how to keep up with it until she hears one of the high school students talking about the Moco Loco Frothinator, which is a highly caffeinated espresso that gives a ton of energy when drinking it. At first she does really well with her homework, but then she crashes and mostly sleeps a lot. She becomes even more addicted to the Loco Moco Frothinator and drinks more and more of it. Meanwhile, Carl wanders into a science teacher's refrigerator and looks around his stuff without his consent. The teacher, wanting to get revenge on Carl due to an incident that he caused to his daughter, makes up a lie that one of the items he had stored away would infect a person with a deadly disease that would kill them in 48 hours. This episode showcases on how severe addiction is. It's something that a lot of people can relate to in some way, shape, or form. Even when Ginger thinks that what she's doing is helping her, it's actually hurting her and making her situation even worse.
Mom, guys, what are you doing here?
I might ask you the same question.
Me? I'm just getting a couple of Moco Loco Frothinators before I hit the books.
How many of those things have you had today, Ginge?
I don't know, I had one for breakfast, or was it 2, and then one at lunch?
Oh.
Mom, only because if I don't keep my sugar and caffeine levels steady, I might crash and burn, which could result in a failing mark, which could go on my permanent record, which can impact my ability to get into a good college. You want me to go to college, don't you, Mom?
I don't believe this.
I have a test tomorrow, and I wanted to stay up all night to cram for it. I can't be late in the morning, so I just figured I'd break night.
Break night? I'll break neck if you don't toss those things in the garbage. Right now.
But I didn't...
Ginger, if our ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a very Merry Christmas.
This isn't a topic that you would see portrayed in a lot of animated shows, and it's done really well here. The only other Nicktoon that comes into mind when discussing about addiction was Hey Arnold with the character Chocolate Boy. Number 13, Gym Class Confidential. In this episode, the gym teacher makes an announcement about the girls being assigned to watching a video about puberty. Macie is terrified on watching it since she's not fully comfortable about the subject. Meanwhile, Carl and Hoodsie attempt to break the world record of not showering the longest. However, they have a new gym teacher that informs the boys that they have to take mandatory showers after each class. Hoodsie refuses to do it, not because of ruining the chance of breaking the record, but because he's embarrassed of getting naked in front of everyone. This is a really great episode that delivers on the relatable fears that people go through, such as body image and fearing of growing up. Some people can't wait to grow up and look more like an adult. Others are fearful of the inevitable change and all the awkward events that occur in your body. We sometimes feel inferior when compared to the rest of society, and we would do anything to look perfect, or perfect according to what Hollywood says. Unlike most episodes of the series in which the stories of Carl and Ginger are standalone and different, the two conflicts here are complemented each other very well. This episode was even ranked number 97 on the top 100 moments of Nicktoon history back in 2007. So it just goes to show you that it left a bit of an impact on people. Number 12, Ginger the Juvie. The very first episode of As Told by Ginger starts off very strong. Courtney is throwing a surprise birthday party, and she decides to invite Ginger to the event. Miranda tries to find a way to prevent Ginger of going to the party by suggesting to her to steal the enter sign from a bank to give to Courtney as a birthday present. Ginger struggles with the decision of either going for it since she wants to look cool in front of Courtney, or giving her a cheap gift, making her the laughingstock of the group. She decides to steal the sign. Meanwhile, Carl and Hoodsie trick Courtney's little brother Blake into hanging out with them at their hangout place so they can use his treehouse to take photos of the party and use it to blackmail people. Blake eventually finds out about this betrayal, and he takes revenge by stealing Carl's most prized possession, the petrified eyeball. This episode does not only do a good job of introducing the characters, the setting, and the story, but it keeps you intrigued on what's going to happen next. Not to mention the ending in which Ginger is arrested thanks to Miranda's clever yet sadistic scheme. She did something in the first episode that Princess Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender couldn't do to Iroh and Zuko throughout season 2. That's impressive. Truly one of the best episodes of a Nickelodeon show ever made. Number 11, Sleep on It. In this episode, Courtney is planning on her very first slumber party and invites all her friends, including Ginger, to the occasion. As usual, Miranda is not happy with Ginger stealing the spotlight, so she and another girl nicknamed Mipsy plan on playing a dirty prank on her. Meanwhile, Carl is invited to Blake's sleepover. He decides to use this as an advantage to steal back the petrified eyeball that Blake had stolen from the first episode. However, Carl ruins his opportunity by releasing a powerful stink bomb comprised of rotten eggs at the Bishop house. Carl then sends Hoodsie to take his place to complete the task, but Hoodsie has to deal with his personal issue of wetting the bed. It's your typical sleepover episode that you see in a lot of slice of life shows, but there are some quirky moments that make it memorable. One of my favorite moments is Courtney and Miranda's shock when seeing Ginger arriving to the sleepover on time.
Ginger, what are you doing here?
I was invited, wasn't I?
Yes, but it's 8:15.
You said the party started at 8.
You actually came on time? Oh, that's priceless.
Then there's this scene in which Ginger defends Hoodsie after he accidentally wet Courtney's floor.
Truth or dare, Courtney?
Now's not the time for party games.
Fine. Be a chicken.
Okay. Truth.
Didn't you ever wet the bed when you were younger? Even just once?
Of course not. It's disgusting.
You know, if you're not going to tell the truth, you might just want to say dare.
Overall, it's a pretty good one that takes you back to the days of sleepovers at friends' houses. Number 10, Carl and Maude. This is the second episode of the series, and it's one of the fan favorites. After committing the crime of trying to steal the enter sign from the bank from the episode Ginger the Juvie, Ginger, Dodie, and Macie begin their community service over at a nursing home, while bringing Carl along with them. Carl wanders around and meets up with a high-strung and troublemaking woman named Maud. They become fast friends and pull off a ton of pranks. Later on, Carl even falls in love with Maud, saying that she's the woman of his life. Meanwhile, Courtney invites herself over to Ginger's house for dinner. Ginger prepares the house to make sure that everything looks presentable enough for Courtney. But things get even more hectic when Carl invites Maud for dinner as well. This is another episode on the list that I prefer Carl's story as opposed to Ginger's. It's a very eccentric and quirky episode that's a lot of fun to watch. I won't spoil the ending, but let's just say it's pretty sad and it comes out of nowhere. This episode is a reference to the 1971 cult classic movie Harold and Maude, in which a young man who's obsessed with suicide falls in love with an older woman who's enthusiastic and looks at life positively. It was because of this As Told by Ginger episode that I eventually saw the movie 4 years ago. If you're into dark comedies and can put your suspension in disbelief of this odd pairing, I recommend that you check it out. It's a good movie. Number 9, Far From Home. There were 4 As Told by Ginger TV movies. The first one was The Summer of Camp Caprice. The second is this one. In this episode, Ginger is invited to spend a semester over at Avalanche Arts Academy due to her talent in writing. She accepts and she heads over to the academy where she makes new friends, including her roommate named Thea. All of her friends begin to start missing her, especially Courtney and Darren. Courtney starts hanging out with Dodie and Macie and to see if they could be similar to Ginger. Darren slowly starts to fall in love with her. Meanwhile, Carl and Hoodsy decide to sign up their new friend, Noelle Sussman, over to a freak show competition. They think that they can have an advantage due to Noelle having telekinetic powers. There's a lot more to the story that I dare not spoil. Let's just say that it's a huge improvement over Summer of Camp Caprice. It has a lot more storylines that are interesting to watch from beginning to end, and the development of the characters going through their trials and tribulations are really, really worth talking about. Especially with Ginger deciding if she wants to stay at the academy full time, Carl seeing more of Noelle as a person other than just an easy ticket to win the competition, not to mention him being jealous of Noelle and Hoodsy spending more time together, and Darren thinking about whether he should confess his love for Ginger. This episode kickstarts season 3, and what a way to start. Number 8, Family Therapy. Macie's 13th birthday is around the corner, and Ginger and Dodie want to plan on doing something special. However, it turns for the worse when her parents completely forgot all about it. When Ginger confronts Macie's parents and telling them about what they did, they feel guilty and start giving her a lot of attention and planning a special party for her. It becomes even more strange when they start treating Macie like a 4-year-old, doing everything from buying a toddler playground set and having her party set in a petting zoo. Ginger feels that Macie should tell her parents to treat her like a teenager, but Macie is loving the attention that she's been receiving. Meanwhile, Carl and his classmates go on a field trip to the zoo, where they see a naked mole rat. Carl picks one up, but ends up dropping it where it crawls up into his pants and eventually escapes from his confinement. Carl admits to Hoodsy that he was scared of the naked mole rat and is living in fear that it'll find him again. What makes this episode so captivating is Macie's story. Throughout the series at that point, we had never seen her parents. They're always busy at work or they're always out of town. So the fact that she's finally getting attention from them, despite the fact that they're not treating her age appropriate, is very sad. Even more ironic is that they're both psychiatrists, both for adults and children. And they're a bit clueless on what's best for their daughter, even so much as forgetting her birthday. Wow. But the way the events pay off is very well done, and rewarding to boot. Number 7, Losing Nana Bishop. Out of the 3 female protagonists in As Told by Ginger, that being Ginger, Dodie, and Macie, Dodie is my least favorite. Episodes focusing on her tend to lean more of doing everything that she can do to become popular, even if it means making the people around her miserable. But this episode depicts Dodie as a very likable character, and deals with a very heavy topic quite poignantly. Dodie gets the news from home that her grandmother had recently passed away. She feels absolutely devastated since she was very close to her. Ginger, after listening to Dodie's stories about her grandmother, wants to find out more information about her own since she never knew her. Meanwhile, Carl and Hoodsy purchase shackles and an iron mask so they can learn how to become escape artists, but they start having difficulty removing them when the keys to the items are lost. It becomes a bigger issue for Hoodsy when he has to give a speech about his grandmother at the funeral. It also doesn't help that he feels no sadness for her passing. This episode is one of my favorites because it's able to tackle in a subject such as death that is fully real. Here's a story. I had a cousin that I was distanced for a long time because she lived outside the country. We almost never talked to one another, and whenever she came on by to visit, I didn't really speak to her very often. But when she tragically passed away due to a bus accident a few years ago, I felt devastated, and I regretted on not talking to her more than I should have. For anyone who went through a loss, this episode is very relatable. To those who have yet to gone through one, just remember to love and appreciate all your friends and family and not take them for granted, because you never know when they'll be gone from your life, and you would have wished that you would have done a lot more. Number 6, the nurses' strike. Out of all the characters featured in As Told by Ginger, my favorite is Lois. She's a fantastic mom to Ginger and Carl. She knows how to support her children with great advice and discipline, as well as being very funny. She's also struggling with what little she has to make sure that her kids are well off. But things get hectic in this episode when she's not getting paid well, and she participates in a nurses' strike for better wages. It becomes a bigger issue with Ginger and her classmates going on a field trip to New York City, and Ginger has yet to pay the money to attend. Lois decides to become a house cleaning maid until the strike settles down. Ginger feels embarrassed for her mother due to being afraid that her classmates will find out what she's doing for work. As time goes on, Ginger helps Lois out with cleaning the houses to pay off the fee for the trip. Meanwhile, Carl and Hoodsie also want to help with raising the money for the family by training the middle school principal's dog named the Duchess. No, not Duchess, the Duchess. The best thing about this episode is seeing Ginger and Lois interact with one another. They have wonderful chemistry together. They tell each other stories, jokes, they play cards, and they bond to the point of being best friends.
How about LNG cleaning to a T? Too corny. And don't worry, I'll come up with something better.
Wait a minute, Ginge. I don't want you thinking this is a permanent arrangement. I'm starting to worry there's a child labor law I'm violating. Maybe you're supposed to be getting a milk and graham cracker break every 2 hours or something.
Chill, Lois. You're starting to sound like my mother.
They make this episode extremely memorable. This episode is one of many that showcases on why Lois is my favorite mom in Nickelodeon. Number 5, Come Back Little Seal Girl. This is one of the fan favorites of the whole series, and it deserves that statement. A talent show is coming up at Lucky Junior High, and Ginger, Dodie, and Macie want to perform a dance alongside with a song called The Little Seal Girl, a song that they've known ever since they were little girls. However, when showing a preview of the performance to Courtney and Miranda, they're a bit confused and mortified on the choice of talent they chose to showcase. They even hear other people talking about how the little seal girl is very juvenile and embarrassing. Ginger and Dodie eventually chose to drop out of the talent show, disappointing Macie greatly, claiming that they're breaking a tradition of doing things together. Meanwhile, Carl and Hoodsie's teacher, Mrs. Gordon, is bringing a mummified hand over to class to show her students. Carl is interested in shaking hands with it to see if the rumor of the hand being cursed is true. He takes the hand without Mrs. Gordon's knowledge, and when shaking the hand, some of the fingers snap off. He only has a short amount of time to fix the hand right before the presentation. The highlight of this episode is Macie. The pressure of letting childish things go because you're becoming a teenager is a topic that hits a lot of people right at home, including myself. When I was a teenager, I was getting more into anime, video games, movies, books, and I started going to my first convention. A lot of people made fun of me saying that I should get into more grown-up things such as shopping, makeup, or watching shows focused for my age. But I didn't care about those things because the stuff that I was watching or doing made me happy, and they left an impact on me in more positive ways than one. Plus, a lot of the shows that they were recommending me to watch were all crap, especially the reality shows. For a lot of my colleagues who are roughly around my age or even older, they have a passion for things such as movies, TV shows, video games, and cartoons. There are a lot of conservative people who look down on people like us, calling us immature slackers who refuse to grow up. First and foremost, we are normal human beings who have typical lives. We have jobs, we pay bills, we have families that we support, and we do responsible tasks every single day. A great example on this is from my colleague from Manic Expression, James, who discussed a few years ago on a Stop the Hate video on childish things.
You know, they say that there's a time to set childhood things aside and grow up and become adults. Why? Why would you do that? What's your fucking problem? God! I think that the idea of growing up is tempting to a lot of people because then they get to look down on people like me, people like you. You know, how many guys out there have had a girlfriend who have said to them, why do you play video games? Those are for kids. How many of you have had boyfriends who you've got dolls, even if you're a girl, or if you're a guy too, whatever. You've got dolls, or you've got stuffed animals or whatever, and they look at you and like, what do you got all these stuffed animals for? You're a grown woman. Childhood is not something that should have to end the way that it used to. It used to be that I think people forced their childhoods to end because their circumstances were so dire. You grew up and you didn't have time for anything but working in the coal mine, going down, down, down. And you came home, you had 15 kids and they were all starving. One of them's dying of malaria in the corner. You pretty much got to nut up and, accept that your life is over, essentially, and that all you get to do for the rest of your life is provide and hopefully not die an early death. And that just isn't the world we live in anymore. For as bad as things can be sometimes, essentially right now we live in a pretty cozy time. And there are some drawbacks to that. I think I've discussed a lot of them in Stop the Hate. One of the upsides, though, is that we don't fucking have to grow up. Not the way we used to. I've got 3 kids. I take care of my kids, okay? If I choose, after I cook dinner, and we eat as a family, to come into my room and chill out for 20 minutes playing a video game, there's nothing wrong with that.
While it's true that we do need to let go of some childish things and move on with our lives, there are some things that we can't let go, no matter how old we are. To quote Mary Jo Putney, what one loves in childhood stays in the heart forever. Number 4. The Wedding Frame. The 4th TV movie and final episode of As Told by Ginger has a lot going for it. The main plot features the final planning of Dr. Dave and Lois's wedding, of choosing a dress, a church, and a honeymoon location right before the big event. However, Dr. Dave's mother doesn't want the wedding to go through, so she begins to sabotage their plans and hires someone named Nikki Laporte to portray as Dr. Dave's old girlfriend named Diane. I'm not going to go into too much details about Nikki Laporte, but let's just say she's not what she appears to be. Meanwhile, Carl and Hoodsy suspect that something's wrong with the wedding plans, as well as finding a picture of Dr. Dave with another woman. So they decided to investigate to see what's going on. Ginger is having second thoughts about her relationship with Orion after she starts feeling feelings for Darren again after their breakup. It tells a lot of stories that were built up from the entire series and brings it all to a close. This was one of the episodes from Season 3 that had never aired on TV in the US, but it did air in Canada. I didn't see the special until about 3 years ago on DVD. I was confused when I first saw it due to the many events that had occurred between the last episode that aired on Nickelodeon, Fair Too Cloudy, and this. One of the things about As Told by Ginger that makes it so great is that it had a flowing narrative. You had to see every single episode in order for you to get to the story. It wasn't like most Nickelodeon shows at the time in which there were a lot of standalone episodes so that people can easily get themselves into the show, whether it be the 1st, the 5th, or the 50th. When I reran the show again to prepare for the Nickelodeon tribute and saw the movie again, everything made sense and it fit into place. There are a lot of twists, turns, throwbacks, and heartwarming moments that makes it worthwhile to watch. The thing that puts it on this list is the ending. It's so incredibly satisfying and it concludes the story on a great note. I dare not spoil it, but it's hands down one of the best endings of Nickelodeon history. If Avatar: The Last Airbender didn't exist, then As Told by Ginger would have been number 1. Number 3. And She Was Gone. Whenever people talk about memorable As Told by Ginger episodes, this one will most likely be brought up. Ginger is writing a new poem for a writing competition, but she hasn't thought of anything to put down into words. Then one day she starts typing in her manual typewriter the story of a lonely girl who wanders around alone, wanting to be gone from existence.
She chose to walk alone, though others wondered why. Refused to look before her, kept eyes cast upwards towards the sky. She didn't have companions, no need for earthly things, only wanted freedom from what she felt were puppet strings. She longed to be a bird, that she might fly away. She pitied every blade of grass, for planted they would stay. Some say she wished too hard, some say she wished too long, but we awoke one autumn day to find that she was gone. The trees, they say, stood witness. The sky refused to tell. But someone who had seen it said the story played out well. She spread her arms out wide, breathed in the break of dawn. She just let go of all she held, and then she was gone.
When she reads the poem to her friends, they're very concerned for Ginger, thinking that the poem is based off of her going through suicidal depression. Even her teacher recommends for her to visit the school therapist and partake in a depression group gathering. Courtney even joins the group, dressing in black, dyeing her hair, and crying all the time just so she can regain her popularity. Ginger tries to tell everyone that the poem was not based on herself, but it was a work of fiction, but nobody believes her. Meanwhile, Carl and Hoodsie purchase vanishing powder and want to test it out to see if it works. They plan on using one of their classmates to do it, but they don't know which one. While they would have loved to use it on people such as Blake or another student named Brandon, they decide to use it on a student that they think that no one would miss. They chose a girl named Noelle Sussman, a person that even Carl didn't know who she was, even though that we would see her in the background throughout previous episodes. When Carl and Hoodsie do more research on Noelle, they found out that she was a weird, quirky, and hyperactive girl who's just as eccentric as they are. Carl regrets it and hopes that the vanishing powder didn't work. The next day, she doesn't appear in class, and they worry that she's gone forever. They start saving up money to buy a reappearing potion to bring Noelle back. What makes this episode so unforgettable is the poem that Ginger wrote, not to mention the animation that goes alongside it. It's dark, creepy, angular, and atmospheric. Even the opening of the episode is so much different than the others. It showcases the mood that you'll be expecting to see later on. While I have said that the animation on As Told by Ginger is ugly looking, these segments look incredible, and they take full advantage of Klasky Csupo's style. It's hands down the best animated segment in the entire series. It also introduces us to Noelle Sussman, who is interestingly enough voiced by the creator herself, Emily Kapnick.
Blip, blip, bleep, blip, blip, bleep, 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 surrender. Never, I'll say it again. Never!
This episode got As Told by Ginger nominated for an Emmy for an Outstanding Animated Program, alongside with King of the Hill, South Park, and The Simpsons. However, it lost to Futurama. While it's a shame that As Told by Ginger didn't win, there was some steep competition that it pretty much didn't stand a chance. As much as I love As Told by Ginger, Futurama deserved that win. Bottom line, this episode is fantastic, and one that people still praise to this day. Number 2. Hello, Stranger. Here's another one that people bring up when discussing about favorite As Told by Ginger episodes, and it deserves it. Ginger is writing a poem for her school, but can't decide on what topic it should be. When checking the mail, she receives a graduation card from her father. A few months late, but still, it's the thought that counts, whom she hadn't heard of in a while. She finds his phone number written at the card and decides to invite him over to the school event. Darren is skeptical about this because Ginger's father was very well known of not showing up due to complicated reasons. But Ginger believes that her father is more willing to get back to her and Carl's life, despite the numerous times he hadn't been around. Meanwhile, Carl orders a dehydrated sea steak to make so he can showcase it to show and tell. However, Lois finds it in the fridge, confusing it for lemonade, and drinks some of it. She starts getting stomach issues and eventually goes to the hospital to see if there's actually a sea snake growing inside her. Carl also ends up in the hospital when his classmate Brandon's pet monkey, Mr. Licorice, bites him and starts acting like a monkey, which means that neither of them are able to make it to the school event. The episode's main conflict about Ginger wanting her father back in her family's life is very down to earth and identifiable. It's not every day in animated shows that you see topics such as divorce tackled. Usually in animated shows, if there is a single parent showcase, then most likely the other parent is either non-existent to what the plot demands or dead. It was one of the many ways that As Told by Ginger took a lot of risk for Nickelodeon, dealing with issues that most of the shows didn't do at the time. Similar to And She Was Gone, one of the highlights of the episode is Ginger reading the poem. While a lot more simple in its presentation with Ginger reading the poem on the auditorium stage as opposed to black and white animation, it hits you really hard, especially if you have a parent that's not in your life due to circumstances you can't control. I will dare not spoil the ending to those who haven't seen it. Let's just say that it becomes bittersweet but heartwarming later on. Like And She Was Gone, Hello Stranger got As Told by Ginger nominated for an Emmy for Outstanding Program, alongside with King of the Hill, Futurama, and the Powerpuff Girls. But it lost to The Simpsons. This episode is a classic, and I highly recommend to those who haven't seen it to check it out. Number 1. For my older followers and even my newer ones who have been tuning into As Told by Ginger Month, you probably already know what my number 1 is. I even had it as number 1 on my old top 10 list. When rewatching the show for the 3rd time in 4 years, there was no other episode that captivated me so much with its storytelling, character progression, a look back to the past, and a step toward the future. Ladies and gentlemen, butterflies are free. There are so many things that I love about the 3rd TV movie that I don't even know where to start. Well, I guess we'll start with the plot. It involves with Ginger and her friends counting down the days of their middle school graduation and entering into high school. She's very indecisive about it, particularly with them going to Lucky High and learning that their schedules were not going to have any of them in the same classroom. Plus, they decide to join in different after-school activities. Ginger starts fearing the change that will be occurring once they graduate, and she doesn't know if she can go through with it. She's also told by Ms. Zorsky to write a graduation speech, which puts even more pressure on her. Meanwhile, Carl and his classmates will be graduating from elementary school and entering into middle school. Their teacher gives an announcement about dropping something from their childhood into a time capsule, signifying the process of moving away from childish things and entering into teenhood. Wanting to act more mature for their transition into middle school, plus a suggestion by a crazy bird-obsessed girl named Polly, yes, her name is Polly, go figure, they decided to contribute to the time capsule. Blake gives away his removed tonsils, Brandon gives away his monkey tooth necklace, and Carl gives away his petrified eyeball. What makes this TV movie so great is that similar to The Wedding Frame, it brings up a lot of stories and plots from previous episodes and culminates it together so well. There are so many little moments that are shown that beautifully presents on how much the characters have grown and changed over the course of the show. Not to mention the important lesson of change and moving on toward the next step in your life, being told very well by both Lois and Jonas.
Growing up is like dieting. There comes a point when your old clothes just don't fit you anymore. But the idea of giving up that old Argyle sweater with the elbows worn out just so makes you want to cry. Until the day when you catch your new and improved reflection in that form-fitting number. And you think, hey, not bad. Suddenly it's not so hard to leave behind old Uncle Argyle.
I'm the only one of all my friends who's not excited about moving on.
Why's that?
I don't know. Maybe because it involves letting go, and I'm all about holding on.
But you can't hold on too tight, right? Or else something that was born to fly might just...
Die? Dad, let it go.
I will. I was just making a point. See how beautiful that looks? Up there in the sky?
I guess.
Here's the thing. The tighter you hold on to something, especially something that needs change and growth, the more great a chance you stand of losing it. I think I might have learned that the hard way. But if you let it go, if you let it fly, at the time that it most desperately needs to, well, there's a darn good chance it may come back to you.
Again, the best thing about the movie is the speech that Ginger gives during graduation, and the final scene cutting into a mini clip of old episodes with butterflies at the bottom. It makes you feel sentimental, especially if you've been seeing the show from the beginning up to this point. The movie came out in 2004, the same year I graduated from high school and entered into college. I was afraid of the change that came from the transition from different schools at first because this was such a huge leap from being an older teenager to a young adult. I would have been surrounded by new people, new classes, and a new setting. But eventually college became great for me, and I was no longer afraid. While it is true to sometimes hold on to things from your childhood that mean a lot to you, just like I mentioned in Comeback Little Seal Girl, there comes a time in which we all need to take our first uncomfortable step to the next level. Whether it be graduating, getting your first job, moving into a new town, or even a new home outside of living with your parents. It becomes daunting and even terrifying at first. You even doubt if you're even going to make it. But somehow you do, and when looking back on it, it doesn't seem like a big deal anymore. To conclude this discussion, I leave you with a quote from The Wedding Frame. Time gives you a unique perspective as you get older. You see that the challenges that were so scary when you were really young weren't really that scary at all. Looking back, you're glad that you took the risks. Like my mother said, if you don't get a few bruises and scrapes along the way, then you're not really living. And if time teaches us in this crazy world, is that nothing worth having ever comes easy. I couldn't have said it any other way.
Someone once told me the grass is much greener.
I still need to watch all of this show in order.
There is a mixture of sadness, but at the same time there's a mixture of a little bit of humor, which you can definitely expect in this series.
Every character has multiple dimensions, really.
Obviously it's a scripted show, but they don't feel scripted. They feel real. They feel genuine.
If kids find value in things, I think there is value in them. Because it is art in its own way, and it is very important.
Whatever it is, just own it, love what you do and do what you love.
If it's cool to you, then, who cares about what the others say?
Someone once told me the grass is much greener on the other side.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to a brand new podcast called We're in Between. This is the show that will be talking about every single episode of As Told by Ginger Weekly. So, for all the new listeners who don't know, my name is Patricia, and I do a podcast called Old School Lane Casual Chats. And in my YouTube channel, the Old School Lane YouTube channel, I have dedicated an entire month of As Told by Ginger around October 2015, when the show was celebrating its 15th anniversary. So I have known about the show inside and out, and I can't wait to share my knowledge of the show for all of the listeners who are not only fans of the show, but also who may be new to it.
I'm Keythe from the Friday Night Nicktoons podcast, or FNN. Our listeners are going to be getting this podcast through our feed. For those of you who don't know the Friday Night Nicktoons podcast, myself and the other co-host, Ashley, who will introduce herself in a moment, talk about classic Nicktoons of the 90s and 2000s every single week. And we started in May 2016, and we've been having a ton of fun. We're very excited to do this new collaboration with our longtime occasional guest, Patricia. So, yeah, very excited.
All right, and I'm Ashley, the other co-host of the Friday Night Nicktoons. You may also know me as the A-Wits, little sister of the J-Wits. So you may have found me through that. We've, like I said, been the co-host since the podcast started up and having a lot of fun with it. And neither me or Keythe has seen As Told by Ginger in its entirety, so we're definitely looking forward to seeing all of the narrative, getting to know all the characters well, but we've definitely been enjoying what we've done on our podcast.
Right, and back around October of last year, Keythe and Ashley had invited me over to the podcast of the Friday Night Nicktoons podcast to discuss about my personal favorite As Told by Ginger episodes. And since then, we kind of came up with the idea of doing this podcast together and wanting to watch every single episode of the series and discuss about our personal opinions of it. So this is where we are right now. So this week on We're in Between, we're going to be discussing about the very first episode of As Told by Ginger, which is called Ginger the Juvie. It aired on October 25th, 2000. The episode was written by the creator of the show herself, Emily Kapnick. And let's get started. So, Keythe, why don't you tell us about what the plot of the episode is?
Sure, yeah, and just really quick, I want to give a shout out to our forum that we're going to have where you guys can also share your thoughts on these episodes that we're about to discuss. Awesome. So in this episode, Ginger the Juvie, the first premiered episode of the show, but not the pilot.
No. In fact, we actually will be getting to the pilot in the very last episode. Well, not the very last, but when we get too close to the end of the podcast, we'll probably be around next year. When we watched all 60 episodes of As Told by Ginger, then we'll be tackling the pilot.
So in this episode, Ginger is invited to Courtney's birthday party, but doesn't know what to get her. So Miranda tells her that she has to steal the Enter sign from the bank as the perfect gift. Her posse agree to do this, but Miranda rats them out to her police officer dad. We're also introduced to Carl, Hoodsey, and Blake. Blake is Courtney's brother, and Carl and Hoodsey and Blake are in essentially a turf war over this petrified eyeball, which becomes a running theme for a bit. And that's pretty much it, yeah.
Yeah, so we immediately start out and we see Courtney, like, looking through her sort of compact mirror, and we see her already fascinated with Ginger's world, right? She's very interested in everything they do and all of the things, and they say something about they're calling frontsies for whoever gets, I always called it shotgun as a kid, but whoever gets, like, the front seat. And Courtney's just, like, mesmerized by that. She's like, what's frontsies? What does that mean? She's just so enamored with everything in Ginger's life, and that starts out very quickly in this episode.
I do remember a few months, or maybe about a year ago, I do remember that there was a rumored accusation that the reason why she was so fascinated with Ginger and everything that she did was because she was in love with Ginger. But Nickelodeon pretty much said, yeah, same-sex relationships doesn't kind of roll very well. We don't want to have that happen. So, apparently, I mean, that's just a rumor. I don't know if that's true.
It totally looks like it, though. Ashley and I commented on that a lot in our notes to, like, wow, Courtney is really into Ginger.
She makes a few comments that are almost a little over the line. Definitely not so far that it would cause, like, an uproar, but definitely there's some hints.
Yeah, I mean, there are some definite hints, and until Emily Kapnick confirms this, we can only just leave it to speculation. Courtney is having a birthday party coming up, and her and Miranda are going over the list of all the people that she wants to invite, and one of the people is Ginger, and Miranda is kind of questioning on why, because she doesn't find Ginger that interesting. She just kind of sees her as this total wannabe who's practically nothing.
We hear that word a ton in this show, wannabe.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was the 2000s, so yeah.
Totally, yeah, true.
Yeah, I also want to make a quick comment that it's a surprise party, supposedly. Courtney totally knows about it, but they're calling it a surprise party, and she, like, spends time practicing her surprised look in the mirror, and I just find that so great. Like, she's trying to figure out how to act real emotions, but I feel like so much of her life is kind of planned out and staged.
You know, Courtney is the type of person who has been really privileged, and she feels like, you know, she wants to get everything she wants, and she thinks that by being surprised, it kind of, like, adds a layer of more fascination towards, you know, the presentation of the party. So, yeah, I really don't get it. But, you know, it's kind of fun to see kind of Courtney phoning it in to try to be surprised, even though that she knows who the people she's going to invite is, and yeah, it's just, it's something. But while Courtney and Miranda are planning on who the guests are going to be, we see our first introduction to Blake, and he's kind of eyeing Courtney. And he actually uses the information of Ginger possibly being invited to use as blackmail. And this is where we first get introduced to Ginger's brother Carl and Dodie's brother Robert Joseph, otherwise known as Hoodsey.
I love Hoodsey. As Ashley and I did on the Friday Night Nicktoons podcast, we ranked our top 5 secondary characters in all of Nicktoons. I had Hoodsey number 5. I think he's hilarious. He's so weird.
Yeah, he is a very odd person. I remember listening to the Pop My Culture podcast, where there was like a whole group of voice actors being interviewed by the people who host the podcast. And I remember, Tress MacNeille, who was the voice of Hoodsie, as well as a whole bunch of other characters from The Simpsons and Futurama and Tiny Toons. She was talking about Hoodsie, and she was talking about, like, how she thinks that Hoodsie is probably her strangest role that she ever received. Mostly because, Hoodsie's a weird kid. But, there's a fascination to Hoodsie being, like, a weird kid.
Yeah, Hoodsie is awesome. I do want to just generally say that this episode is one of the best first episodes of a show that I've seen, especially of a Nick show, because it doesn't give us too much forced exposition. It pretty much gets right in there. And we just learn, like, we have this dual montage of the girls painting their nails in their two groups. Ginger, her friends Dodie and Macie in one group, and then Courtney and Miranda in another. And we learn so much about them, and so much of the future of the show is set in those first 5 minutes.
I feel like a lot of times, and with the pilots that we see too, that there's major shifts in the characters and who they are, and this one seems, and I'll have to see as the show progresses, but it seems like they figured out the characters pretty well at the beginning of the show. They know what they want to create, and they don't, like you said, it's not too much forced exposition. You just kind of are in a day of their lives, and it's very easy to follow, very easy to pick up on exactly kind of who these guys are.
Absolutely. I mean, you have a lot of cartoons that when you see the first episode, it's either one of three things. It's a first episode that, it generally introduces the characters and the setting and all that stuff, but you get very little information about it. It's just one of those first episodes in which you get little bits here and there, but it's an introduction episode. Then you have an episode that has too much exposition, in which it just overwhelms you. And then you have one that, is the right balance between, like, you have the right amount of characters, a decent setting, and then it follows up into which you want to continue watching it. And I feel that As Told by Ginger is one of the best examples on that. That, Invader Zim's first episode, and Avatar The Last Airbender's first episode are, like, what I would consider to be, like, the prime examples for a Nicktoon in which you have a setup, you have characters, and you have this goal, and you want to be able to continue watching it so you can understand on where it's leading up to.
Totally. And I also want to mention, in terms of introductions, Carl and Hoodsie's introduction is so perfect for what their relationship ends up being. We see them playing with these dentures, like old person dentures, and they're fascinated by them, and they're picking, like, prunes off of them. It's so revolting and so them.
Yeah, they have quite a few revolting moments, so it definitely gets the stage set for that concept nice and quickly. We also, moving forward a little bit, Blake tries to blackmail them, but doesn't actually know, apparently, how blackmail works, because he tells him the information and then says, "I'm blackmailing you." Like, well, now we don't need to do anything for you, because you just told us the information we wanted, so thanks. They go on to tell Ginger, and they say they'll only give the information if they can borrow her curling iron. And Ginger asks, "What for?" And they both respond immediately, "Classified." And I just feel like that's so them. They're up to weird things all the time. You don't really understand what's going on when it starts. They've got a lot of schemes. They're always good, though.
They're very formal, too. It's classified. That information is classified, mother, and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then when Ginger eventually gives Carl her curling iron, then Hoodsie makes the announcement about, like, today at this time, the magnificent Carl, the Fantastico, has received some great news that Ginger is going to be invited over to Courtney's birthday party. And then Dodie freaks out, saying, like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe were invited to Courtney's birthday party. Everybody who's anybody's going to be there." And then Hoodsie just goes up to them and says,
Top of the hour, this is the Old School Lane channel being broadcast from Huntsville, Alabama, and being relayed by Manchester in the United Kingdom from the Aaron Meta Show studios.
It was exciting news, so yeah, so now they know that Ginger's being invited over to Courtney's birthday party. And then we cut into the next day in school, in which Courtney meets up with Ginger, and they start talking to one another, and she gives like these compliments about saying like, oh, we're really good friends and stuff like that, and she even compliments her shoes. But then we get into our conflict in this episode where Ginger meets up with Miranda over at the restroom. And she talks about, like, that she has to give Courtney a really nice gift. Otherwise, she'll be the laughingstock of the entire school.
Yeah, Miranda's awful. She's vile. Courtney may say some things that are slightly offensive, but she's just genuinely kind of clueless. Miranda just does not have a soul. She's horrible. You can tell the way that she, like, talks about it, too. She's also, like, when she sees her in the bathroom, she's like, Ginger, I see you're washing your hands. That's good. That's very good. And you can tell it's, like, in a way that's, like, to make her feel insecure about it, and it's just so uncomfortable.
It's kind of creepy. I mean, she's just washing her hands. I wonder what would have happened if maybe she was writing, her answers on a test, and she's like, I see you're writing your answers on a test, and you chose C. That's good. Very good. It's like, what?
That would totally be a scene in the show, though. Like, that wouldn't surprise me at all. I also love... So Miranda proposes the idea that she needs a great present. And, I assume if you're listening to this, you've watched the episode with us. If you haven't, you really should. It'll be way more fun that way. But anyway, Miranda says, all right, well, you have until 4:15 to decide whether or not you're going to steal this street sign and be cool or not. And she goes... That's when I get home from clarinet. Just kind of a funny detail.
Yeah, so now we know two Nicktoon characters who play clarinet, her and Squidward.
And they're both very mean. And then we get Mama Foutley for the first time, and I got so excited when I saw her, I just typed, woo, Mama Foutley on my notes. I just love this character.
Yeah, she's not there for long.
Her intro on the show is very understated, actually, but it's sort of in the classic mom, quick interaction. But she's so wonderful, and I'm sure we'll spend a lot of time talking about her on this show.
Yeah, and also we get first introduced to Darren, who is Ginger's friend and her next-door neighbor. And this is where we first learn about how, Ginger has to steal the enter sign from a bank to give to Courtney as a birthday present. And, Ginger talks to Darren about, what should I do? Should I steal the sign or should I not steal the sign? If I steal the sign, then maybe there's a chance of me going to prison, or if I do steal it, maybe Courtney will like it. But if I don't steal the sign, then I'll have to show up with a crummy gift, and then my life will become a prison. And the only thing that Darren would say about it is that, well, I hear that, prisoners get to sleep on bunk beds. I guess bunk beds are kind of cool.
I love Darren.
Yeah, Darren's great. And I feel like that also just helps kind of introduce a little bit of their friendship, where she's, she goes to him a lot for advice and things, and I feel like he oftentimes doesn't really know the best thing to say, so he just kind of goes with his thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. And you can tell from even the first episode that he doesn't exactly know what to say in certain advice moments. When Ginger's having problems, he says some things, but maybe they're not the right things, which is great because that's pretty relatable. If you're a person and you've never gone through a situation and your friend is going through it right now, what would you say? You try to say what would you feel about it, but maybe you don't exactly know the right solution.
Totally, yeah, and that's a big tenet of the show, and one of Hey Arnold. That you saying that made me think of Hey Arnold, too. It's similar. Yeah, so it turns out that this is all a plot that Miranda has set up to spite Ginger, and Miranda calls her cop dad to report a robbery. He immediately busts Ginger, and she freaks out, thinking she's going to go to jail, and it's horrible, and she's in a cop car, and then we get to sort of I don't know if it's the climax of the episode or not, but at least one of multiple peaks where Miranda's dad drives the cop car by Courtney's party.
Yeah, it's great, and Ginger just kind of yells out the window. She's like, sorry, I got arrested for robbing a bank, which is a bit of an exaggeration, right? She
technically true, but
she attempted to rob a sign from the outside of a bank. She wasn't robbing a bank in the strictest of senses, but you can tell, Courtney thinks that that's the coolest thing ever, you know, like, she robbed a bank. That's pretty intense for middle schoolers.
And then Miranda has this great line, "Can someone please explain to me how even when Ginger Foutley loses, she wins?" Which is so funny, because I'm sure Ginger doesn't feel that way at all. It's all a matter of perspective.
Oh, absolutely. I even mentioned this when I was talking about this episode in my top 15 as told by Ginger's episodes list, that Miranda did something in the first episode that Princess Azula from Avatar The Last Airbender couldn't do to Iroh and Zuko throughout season 2. Trying to arrest them.
Honestly.
So yeah, I mean, Princess Azula, you know, really evil princess who wants to capture them so she can be able to follow her father's orders. And, you know, she has the power to not only firebend, but to shoot out lightning. She couldn't capture them until, you know, she eventually convinced Zuko to capture Iroh in the last episode of season 2. But here we have Miranda. First episode, she arrests the main protagonists. Bravo.
I hadn't thought of that comparison. That's hilarious. And then the last bit here really is Blake and this eyeball. Do you want to get into that, Ashley?
Oh yeah, so there's this petrified eyeball in a jar, right? I don't know if it's explained why they have it at some point.
I think there is something about it later on in the series, but it's briefly talked about.
Sure. All that matters is that it's their prized possession. There being Carl and Hoodsy's prized possession, they are very proud of this eyeball. And so when Blake goes over to their place to hang out, because that's what they said that he could do, he gets in this trap, and he calls his lovely limo driver, is it Winston?
Yeah, Winston.
Yep.
Yeah, calls him back, sets him free, and he, as revenge, steals the eyeball, which is pretty much the worst thing that's ever happened, basically.
And he just has this eyeball at the end of the episode. That threw me off because I forgot how much continuity the show has. I was like, no, that has to be resolved. It's like a sitcom, right? But it really isn't. It's extremely serial, where you have to wait for the next episode to find out what happens with this eyeball. We don't know after episode 1, except that Blake has it.
Exactly, and another thing that happens in the episode is that when Carl and Hoodsy are up on Blake's treehouse, they're taking pictures of the party so they can use it to blackmail the people in the party later on. And they take one picture of Miranda making the phone call to her father so that Ginger can be arrested. And that's how Ginger is able to find out who was the one who called the police to get Ginger and her friends arrested. And also, I really like the scene in which when Carl and Hoodsy get home and they rush to tell Lois that Ginger's been arrested. And when Lois goes over to the police station, Carl goes up to her and says, "Hey, if Ginger goes to prison, can Hoodsy have her room?"
Yeah, I love that line. And then, yeah, overall, I thought this episode was fantastic. It's a great way to dive right into the plot to establish character. Like we said, not too much needless exposition. They show the characters immediately getting into their, like, typical middle school antics. Loved this episode. Also, Ginger writing in the journal. That motif starts up right away this episode. Or not right away, but at the end. And that's a through line through the entire show.
Yeah, there is a reason why the show is called As Told by Ginger. One is, with Ginger writing on the journal and us experiencing it. But there's actually a double meaning to it. But I will not say what it is because let's just say it leads up to a big surprise at the end. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That is the first episode of Ginger the Juvie. I thought that would be really nice at the end of every segment of the podcast. We can give a ranking to the episode, whether we give it a yay or a nay. Okay, so in your opinion, would you give this episode a yay or a nay?
It's a yay from me.
And definitely a yay for me as well.
I agree. I give it a yay. So for anybody who's interested in watching As Told by Ginger, then the first episode, literally is a great place to start. Not only because it's the first episode, but it is actually a really fantastic episode in its own right.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for listening. We'll have our forum up by the time this episode airs. We would love to hear from you guys, and we'll feature comments that we love on the show, and we'll be, or at least I will be commenting on the forum as well. So this could be a really fun community watch session over the next year, and it's only 20-minute episode a week, so really looking forward to it.
Yeah, and as for next week we'll be discussing about episode 2, Carl and Maude. If you're interested in tuning in, then please subscribe over to either the Old School Lane YouTube channel or follow the Friday Night Nicktoons podcast on iTunes and podcast.com and all the other places. And also check us out on social media. You can check me out on Twitter at Patty_B_Miranda, or you can follow my Facebook page, which is facebook.com/oldschoollane.
You can find us on Twitter at FNN_podcast or Facebook /FNN podcast _.
All right, well, that's it, everybody. Hope to see you around soon, and thank you for listening.
Mateo smiled at his reflection and seized a brand new day. For no matter what would happen next, his dragons had been slain. And that was written by a 14-year-old, last year's winner of the Emerging Author Award.
Ms. Zorsky, can you go over the rules again for this year's competition?
Entry applications are right here on my desk for those of you who are interested. And remember, the winners get to have their work published.
Hey,
Aha, how'd I know?
Short stories and poems must be typewritten, double-spaced. Deadline is the end of this week. Oh my gosh!
Relax, Ginger. You work well under pressure.
Then don't relax.
What are you going to write? Or maybe it should be about me. Remember the time I slipped and fell during an ice dancing performance and needed stitches in my chin?
That was a real crowd pleaser.
Thanks, Dodie, but I think it's supposed to be fiction.
Well, you can just make something up that goes at the end. Like, maybe I learned to fly.
Not bad, Bishop. Not bad at all.
Thanks, you guys, but I think I'll just do what I always do. Sit down, clear my mind, and wait for the story to come to me.
Yep, that'll never work.
The vanishing powder on sale in your shop window.
Why is it on sale anyway?
I'd be happy to charge you boys full price.
Louie, I beg, I plead, don't be absurd. Thing of it is, I find I only have enough coinage for the vanishing powder and not for the reversal potion, which I see is sold separately. Buying just the powder without the potion would be a tad irresponsible, don't you think?
Looks like Louie couldn't give a rat's hiney, huh, Carl?
I'll take the vanishing powder, please. No bag, just a receipt.
Talk to me. I'm listening. She chose to walk alone, though others wondered why. Refused to look before her, kept eyes cast upwards, towards the sky. She didn't have companions, no need for earthly things, only wanted freedom from what she felt were puppet strings. She longed to be a bird, that she might fly away. She pitied every blade of grass, for planted they would stay. She longed to be a flame that brightly danced alone, felt jealous of the steam that made the air its only home. Well, what do you think so far? And you can be honest.
I think you might want to be careful about who you let catch you talking to major household appliances. But don't worry, your secret's safe with us. Ain't that right, Cooley?
The person we vanish has to be a total non-presence. Someone that no one would miss.
I believe expendable is the word you're looking for.
And without Gripling, whose life would we make miserable? Without Higsby, who would we make fun of all the time?
I was thinking we could vanish Higsby and just, start making fun of Blake more frequently.
If we vanish the wrong person, we run the risk of undoing life as we know it.
Wow. Major.
So let's choose wisely, shall we?
Reagan Eust?
Class brain.
Heather Farnes.
Class kiss up.
Max Montgomery?
Class obsessive compulsive hand washer. Come on, Hood, you're gonna have to dig a little deeper in the crates here. Look beyond the obvious. I'm talking living, breathing wallpaper.
Bingo!
Now, I already told you Gripling isn't a candidate.
Who's talking about Gripling? I'm talking Sussman. Noel Sussman.
Who?
My point exactly.
Some say she wished too hard, some say she wished too long, but we awoke one autumn day to find that she was gone. I think this might actually be good.
You sure this is her seat?
It's what the seating chart says. Hurry, Carl. 40 seconds to bell.
It says apply liberally. Should I use the whole box?
I don't know, Carl. I don't know.
I think I got some on my arm.
Be careful, Carl.
This ought to do it. Says here she'll vanish within 24 hours. Cool.
I said they're too short, and my mother said
Let go, my foot.
8:35 a.m. Sussman has come into contact with the magic powder. No immediate signs of vanishing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hoodsy. Take out last night's vocabulary homework and clear your desk of all other paraphernalia.
Paraphernalia. Personal belongings, equipment, or apparatus.
No one likes a suck-up, Brandon.
Duly noted.
What's she doing, Carl?
If I'm not mistaken, I think she's making fun of us.
Is that thumb finger supposed to be me, Carl?
Yep.
Huh. She's funny, Carl.
Well, what do you think? And you can be totally honest because
Sit down, Ginger.
you don't like it.
It's not that, Ginger. It's not that at all. It's very well written.
But
It's a little troubling.
I know. Isn't it sad? I mean, my eyes were practically welling up with tears when I wrote it. It's as if she was someone I knew. I mean, Miss Zarsky?
Ginger, I want to show this to Dr. Leventhal, the school psychologist.
Why?
Just to get her thoughts. There are some very heavy feelings in this poem. Feelings that should be discussed.
But it's fiction. It's creative writing. I don't understand. What did I do wrong?
You didn't do anything wrong.
Am I still allowed to enter the competition?
Of course you are, Ginger. See Dr. Leventhal first thing in the morning, and let me know how it goes, okay?
How is it possible to go from feeling so good to feeling so bad?
Bleep, 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 bleep. Surrender.
Never, never. I'll say it again. Never!
Oh no. She's really weird.
No kidding.
How did I not notice this? How, Hoods?
Maybe it won't work.
I never thought I would say this, but I hope that Louis really did scam us this time. Because I have a sinking feeling that Noelle Sussman is anything but expendable.
Gee, Ginger, I know Stroganoff isn't your favorite, but lighten up.
Ginger, sometimes when my mother is feeling down, she locks herself in the bathroom and screams into a hand towel. Do you want to try doing that?
Maybe just talking about it?
I really don't want to get into it, you guys. Okay. It's about what I wrote.
Knew it! I knew it! Drew a blank, did ya? Well, don't come cry to Dodie. You had your chance. You really...
Macie, I finished my poem, and I was feeling great about it. I mean, here I thought I'd written this totally moving piece, but... But what? I showed it to Ms. Zorsky, and she said it concerned her. And now she wants me to show it to the school psychologist. She's treating me like I'm a total head case. I don't understand, Ginger. What's the story about? Nothing. It's just about a girl. Can we hear it? Some say she wished too hard, some say she wished too long, but we awoke one autumn day to find that she was gone. The trees, they say, stood witness. The sky refused to tell. But someone who had seen it said the story played out well. She spread her arms out wide, breathed in the break of dawn. She just let go of all she held, and then she was gone.
Poor dear. We didn't even know you were suffering.
What?
Man, if I'd have known you were, like, clinically depressed, I might have gone a little easier on you.
You guys, this poem isn't about me. It's made up, you know, like fiction.
I mean, there are days I really wished you'd disappear. But I had no idea you felt that way, too.
I don't. All right, back to your tables, people. Break it up! Move along! There's nothing to see here. You guys believe me, right? The poem is just a poem. I wrote it for the contest. Sure, Ginger.
You betcha.
Only, if you ever did want to go away, like the girl in your story, we just hope
that you'd tell us.
BFFs, you know? You guys, I am not, I repeat, I am not depressed.
If one of you doesn't say something, I'm gonna call one of those parental help hotlines. I mean it.
Ugh, that's just it, Mom. I mean, what's with the total alarmist attitude? Can a kid lie on the couch apathetically without it being like a national emergency?
Ginge?
I'm sorry, it's just that everyone at school is making this really big deal about something that isn't a big deal, and now Zorsky wants me to see the school psychologist, and all my friends are treating me like I'm nuts.
Dr. Leventhal, huh? Well, if Zorsky thinks so.
But I don't want to see a psychiatrist. I'm not crazy.
Crazy? Crazy? Crazy spending 4 months of allowance to get rid of something that you actually really like. That, my friend, is crazy.
You can't do it. Here you go. Ow!
Nicely written, Ginger.
Thanks.
Ginger, are you able to recognize that your leading lady is, well, a little morose?
I guess.
Well, that's why we asked you here. Our concern is that these feelings are coming from somewhere inside you, Ginger. Are there times that you wish you could disappear?
Does right now count? Guess that wasn't the answer you were looking for.
I can't believe it. I vanished her. I totally vanished her.
Don't take it so hard, Carl. You still have me.
Mrs. Gordon, do you have any information on Noelle Sussman's whereabouts?
Mr. Foutley, while I'm on the subject of Helen of Troy, I will only accept questions that are relevant to Helen of Troy.
Okay. Does Helen of Troy have any information on Noelle Sussman's whereabouts? It's kind of important.
In the hallway, Foutley. That's it.
Seventh period rap group for girls like you. Girls like me? Courtney? What's wrong?
Well, you're not the only one with problems, okay? Things have been really hard for me too lately.
You gotta be kidding.
Oh, you didn't think I was just going to sit back and let you corner the problem child market, did you? Well, did you? Being miserable earned you scads of extra attention, and who doesn't need scads of extra attention, Ginger?
I'm not miserable, Courtney.
Of course not. Not with all that extra attention.
I don't want any extra attention.
Well, stop yelling at me. I told you I'm in a fragile emotional space right now.
Everyone, just everyone has lost it. And they actually think there's something wrong with me.
Maybe she's in a better place now, Carl. Ever think of that?
She was weird. She was genuinely bizarre. She was right under our noses and we never even noticed her.
How about if I read to you from your favorite reference book of all time?
Entertaining Penguins?
You betcha. Where is it? Where is it? Entertaining Penguins! It's not on the shelf!
Well, let's just see here. The book was last checked out by a... Noelle Sussman. In fact, it's due back today. She was a fan of Entertaining Penguins? The most absurd reference book of all time? This just can't be happening.
But it is. You vanished your favorite book right along with her.
Who cares about the book, Hoods? Don't you see? She was like my soulmate.
Carl!
I gotta do something. I gotta get her back.
Carl, get a hold of yourself. Carl, I beg you.
Is this all the information we could get our hands on?
Is this all? This is a lot, Carl. Look at all this stuff. I've got transcripts, photographs. I think I may even have a urine sample in here somewhere.
She was born in Portugal.
She has a pet flamingo.
She's obsessed with black holes.
She won't touch veal. And she was an extra on 3 episodes of Town Square.
She was left back in kindergarten for non-compliance when she refused to lay down on a mat.
Are you serious?
I gotta get her back, no matter what it costs. She's worth it.
But we don't have nearly enough money for the reversal potion. I passed by the store this morning and the sale's over. Louis jacked the price back up.
Then I'll just have to sell something. Something with a very high street value.
Carl, you're talking crazy stuff. Crazy! Let's just slow down a moment here. Try to regroup. Can we do that, Carl? Okay, now. Sure, Noelle was a real individual. And somebody we probably would have even liked to chill with. But she's gone. And selling the eyeball will only make that gone, too.
No! We can bring her back, Hoods. If the vanishing powder worked, the reversal potion will, too.
But, Carl, who are you going to sell the eyeball to at this late hour? It's almost dinner.
The most motivated buyer I know. Carl Foutley to Blake. Come in, Blake!
I know what you're thinking. It's like, you can't really make a sandwich without it, but 12 grams of fat per tablespoon, who needs?
Hi, Mom. It's not about mayo.
Ginge, I know you don't want to talk about it, but I just wanted to tell you that I really loved your poem. It gave me the full-blown chills, and I mean it. Way to go, kid.
But, Mom, didn't you find it troubling and disturbing? Aren't you worried that I'm the girl in the story, tragically depressed and crying out for help?
No. I know exactly who you are. You're a bright, sensitive young woman. The kind of person who understands people's feelings. Which is why you can write about them so beautifully.
You always make me feel better, Mom. How do you do that?
Listen, kid. You don't have to be afraid of your feelings. Ever. No matter what they are. And no one knows you better than you know yourself. So don't let people try to convince you that you're someone you're not. Even if they do have a PhD. If you don't like talking to Dr. Leventhal, you could always talk to Dr. Mom. I'll give you a break on my hourly, too, okay?
Thanks again, Mom, for making me feel normal.
The potion! The potion! My eyeballs for the potion!
Carl, I beg you reconsider!
And it's like, if you want to use my styling products, just ask first. Just ask! That's all I'm saying. Ask!
Courtney,
Yes?
as heart-wrenching as this story is, maybe we could discuss something else. Like, perhaps, your perpetual need to be the center of attention?
Tomorrow, students, there will be an in-class examination on the material we covered today. So pay extra close attention, Mr. Bishop.
Deposit potion liberally around the vanishing site.
Carl Foutley! What on earth do you suppose you're doing?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Gordon. I'm sorry for everything. This is all my fault.
Of course it is. You're the one dumping a sticky mess on my classroom floor.
I'm talking about the disappearance of Noelle Sussman.
Keep quiet, Carl. You're selling yourself up the river.
I vanished the most extraordinary girl to ever stroll the Lucky Elementary corridors. I vanished Noelle Sussman.
What on earth are you talking about? You didn't vanish anyone. The Sussman family moved across town. Noelle was transferred to Happy Flower Elementary on 3rd. Now take your seat. Carl Foutley! Get back here this instant!
Find himself is observed by these birds as he is observing them, which led Charles Darwin to quip.
What penguins like the most, what penguins like the best, is for humans to entertain them while they sit back and rest.
Hello, Carl.
So, you didn't actually think you were going to make off with that library book, did you?
Carl?
Think you want my voice would sound like if we were underwater?
Amazing. Where have you been all my life?
Now that the whole group therapy thing is over, I guess it wasn't that bad. I'm kind of glad I stuck with it. I mean, talking about your feelings is a pretty good way to pass time, you know? I think the reason my poem struck a nerve was because everyone related to the main character, including me. Because maybe us writers do put a little of ourselves onto every page, and maybe I didn't write that story just for the contest. Maybe I had something to say. But no matter what happens with the competition, I already got more out of it than I meant to. Because somehow, in writing that poem, I got a chance to know myself a little better, to see myself a little more clearly. And I kind of like what I saw. So even if I don't get published, I guess in some ways, I already feel like I won.
The time is now 35 minutes past the hour. The Old School Lane, as told by Ginger, 20th anniversary reunion will be commencing shortly after some music.
Take my flipper, let's swim away toward a brand new dawning day, to a place where you and I can live as teen seals. Past the ice floes and farther still, just beyond old Smeltfish Hill, to the only place where you and I are free. Come on, since I only knew what that teen seal was to do. Every time the tide takes this seal, girl, out I see.
Diamonds are expensive. They are sparkly but expensive. They can't make a woman love you. But I'm of the mind that if she's so inclined, it might help seal the deal. Diamonds are expensive.
Diamonds are impressive.
They are sparkly but expensive.
Sparkly and impressive.
Diamonds are expensive.
Impressive.
Expensive.
Impressive.
Who's the girl in the pink capri? It's Courtney. It's Courtney. Who's the girl who loves to ski? It's Courtney. It's Courtney. Who throws the best party? It's Courtney. It's Courtney. Who's the girl who'll all agree? It's Courtney. It's Courtney.
I know I said back then, never wanted to see you again, but I was wrong. Baby, I was wrong. 9 times out of 10, it seems to happen that I'm wrong. Baby, I'm wrong. Each day that passes, I can't, although I try. Each day hits me, I can't live with goodbye. I know I said back then.
It's kinda sad, really. Guess I'm the sort who'll linger. When the credits roll, I still can't leave the picture. The picture I hold in my heart. There's a road that's left to travel. There's bridges left to burn. There's songs I haven't written. Lessons left to learn. There's reasons still to fight. There's you to kiss goodnight. So hold on tight. makes me mad, really. Wish I could blame a twister, or a hurricane, or my pesky sister. Wish I could blame away this feeling in my heart. Well, the time has come for us to say goodbye to the sandy shores of Lake Caprice. And as we go to the places we call home, we hold inside our hearts one tiny piece of the spirit of Camp Caprice. Can you feel the spirit? A spirit full of friendship, love, and peace. Friendship, love, and peace, y'all. The spirit of Camp Caprice. Thank you, Camp Caprice. Where memories never tire in the least.
She chose to walk alone, though others wondered why. Refused to look before her, eyes cast upwards toward the sky. She didn't have companions, no need for earthly things. She only wanted freedom from what she felt were puppet strings. She longed to be a bird, that she might fly away. She pitied every blade of grass, but planted they would stay. She longed to be a flame that brightly danced alone. Felt jealous of the steam that made the air its only home. Some say she wished too hard, some say she wished too long. But we awoke one autumn day to find that she had gone. Trees assisted witness, the sky refused to tell. But someone who had seen it said the story played out well. She spread her arms out wide, breathed in the break of dawn. She just let go of all she held, and she was gone.
All this time it was you. I didn't think that it could be true. You were right there from the start. And what might be the strangest part is, well, I sure enjoyed the view of seeing everything brand new. It's still you. All this time I was home. I didn't know just how far I'd go. Winter brings all this snow. Blinding, it covers everything you know. But when the sun comes shining through and the sky returns to blue, I will rush to take my cue and find you.
This is Old School Lane, broadcasting from Huntsville, Alabama, and being relayed from the Aaron Meta Show studio in Manchester, in the United Kingdom. Just a reminder that the Aaron Meta Show is also carried on twitch.tv/Aaron Meta Show. The Aaron Meta Show also broadcasts on Apple Podcasts, CastBox, Overcast, Radio Public, Stitcher, Pocket Casts, Garner, Spotify, Breaker, TuneIn, Podcast Addict, Listen Notes, Player FM, and iHeartRadio. You can also listen to the Hey Arnold Anniversary Show with Craig Bartlett, currently broadcasting on the podcast feed, and will soon also be showing a special presentation on between the evening times in India and Australia. Details will follow shortly. You are watching Old School Lane, broadcasting from Huntsville, Alabama, and being relayed by the Aaron Meta Show studio in Manchester, in the United Kingdom.
Take my flipper, let's swim away toward a brand new dawning day, to a place where you and I can live as teen seals. Past the ice floes and farther still, just beyond old Smeltfish Hill, to the only place where you and I are free. Come on, since they only knew what a teen seal wants to do. Every time the time is still girl house I see.
Diamonds are expensive. They are sparkly but expensive. They can't make a woman love you. But I'm of the mind that if she's so inclined, it might help seal the deal. Diamonds are expensive.
Diamonds are impressive.
They are sparkly but expensive.
Sparkly and impressive.
Diamonds are expensive.
Impressive.
Expensive.
Impressive. Who's the girl in the pink capri? It's Courtney. It's Courtney. Who's the girl who loves to ski? It's Courtney. It's Courtney. Who throws the best party? It's Courtney. It's Courtney. Who's the girl who'll all agree? It's Courtney. It's Courtney.
I know I said back then, never wanted to see you again, but I was wrong. Baby, I was wrong. 9 times out of 10, it seems to happen that I'm wrong. Baby, I'm wrong. Each day that passes, I can't, although I try. Each day it hits me, I can't live with goodbye. I know I said back then.
It's kinda sad, really. Guess I'm the sort who'll linger. When the credits roll, I still can't leave a picture. The picture I hold in my heart. There's a road that's left to travel. There's bridges left to burn. There's songs I haven't written. Lessons left to learn. There's reasons still to fight. There's you to kiss goodnight. So hold on tight. makes me mad, really. Wish I could blame a twister or a hurricane or my pesky sister. Wish I could blame away this feeling in my heart. Well, the time has come for us to say goodbye to the sandy shores of Lake Caprice. And as we go to the places we call home, we hold inside our hearts one tiny piece of the spirit of Camp Caprice. Can you feel the spirit? A spirit full of friendship, love, and peace. Friendship, love, and peace, y'all. The spirit of Camp Caprice. Thank you, Camp Caprice. Where memories never tire in the least.
She chose to walk alone, though others wondered why. Refused to look before her, eyes cast upwards toward the sky. She didn't have companions, no need for earthly things. She only wanted freedom from what she felt were puppet strings. She longed to be a bird, that she might fly away. She pitied every blade of grass, but planted they would stay. She longed to be a flame that brightly danced alone. Felt jealous of the steam that made the air its only home. Some say she wished too hard, some say she wished too long. But we awoke one autumn day to find that she had gone. The trees insisted witness, the sky refused to tell. But someone who had seen it said the story played out well. She spread her arms out wide, breathed in the break of dawn. She just let go of all she held, and she was gone.
I sure enjoyed the view of seeing everything brand new. It's still you. All this time I was home. I didn't know just how far I'd roam. Winter brings all this snow. Blinding, it covers everything you know. When the sun comes shining through and the sky returns to blue, I will rush to take my cue and find you.
This is Old School Lane, broadcasting from Huntsville, Alabama, being relayed by the Aaron Messer Show studios in Manchester, in the United Kingdom.
Someone once told me the grass is much greener on the other side. Where I paid a visit, while it's possible I missed it, it seemed different yet exactly the same. Yeah.
once told me the grass is much greener on the other side.
Hello everyone, my name is Patricia Miranda. I am the co-founder of the blog and YouTube channel Old School Lane, as well as the co-host of many podcasts such as Casual Chats, Pixmix, Dream Machine, and of course, Where in Between. I have been posting As Told by Ginger content ever since 2012, when I first started doing the Nickelodeon tribute over at the Old School Lane blog. Ever since I finished my blog review and my top 10 As Told by Ginger episodes, I felt like I wanted to do more with discussing about how amazing this show was. But it wasn't until 2015, in honor of the show's 15th anniversary, that I dedicated an entire month of As Told by Ginger in my YouTube channel. I discussed about the pilot, I interviewed a person who interviewed every episode of As Told by Ginger on her blog, I talked about what the show meant to me, I looked back on the Halloween episode since it was October, I discussed about my top 15 As Told by Ginger's episodes list, and of course I did my 40-minute analysis video on what makes As Told by Ginger a groundbreaking yet overlooked Nicktoon. Ever since I posted my videos, I saw that the fan base of As Told by Ginger had been slowly growing. A lot more people were starting to appreciate As Told by Ginger as such an amazing cartoon that took a lot of risks, especially for its time. Around February 2017, myself, Casey Reed, and Ashley Wittenkeller did a weekly As Told by Ginger podcast called Where in Between, where we looked back on every episode of As Told by Ginger, as well as interview some of the cast and crew who worked on the show. This had gotten more of the fan base to come in and discuss about their fond memories of the show and what it meant to them. In addition to that, a lot of people who had never seen As Told by Ginger tuned in and discussed about their thoughts on the show and what it meant to them. One of the last episodes of Where in Between, where we discussed about the last episode of the series, The Wedding Frame, we briefly discussed about maybe possibly doing a little reunion of As Told by Ginger, featuring the cast and crew coming together at a panel.
Wait till our actual physical reunion.
I know. I'm hoping if we can, I would love to see that happen. And Casey, Ashley, and I, we can do our. We'll put blood, sweat, and tears into creating a little, event for everybody to come and join. And trust me,
or like a Comic-Con panel or something.
That would be so fun.
That would be
so much fun. That's hilarious.
Oh, that would be so great if we can have a panel together.
Yeah.
Right. Oh my God.
We can have the
Comic-Cons are happening everywhere, so it could be a As Told by Ginger Comic-Con situation. Shows from Nickelodeon from the early 2000s.
Right.
They have San Diego Comic-Con, New York Comic-Con. That would be so amazing if we can pull something together. Yeah, whatever we do, but I'm hoping that it does become a reality. But anyway,
well, definitely keep us posted. Count us in. All right, cool.
Yeah. I'd like that.
Ever since then, I have been working really hard on having a panel such as this. I contacted San Diego Comic-Con, New York Comic-Con, and SF Sketchfest, but due to the coronavirus, all those plans were thrown away. Even though that 2020 has been a very, very, very rough year for all of us, I'm hoping that this announcement will put a smile on your face. On Sunday, October 25th, 2020, we are going to be having a virtual reunion to celebrate the show's 20th anniversary. We're going to have a lot of the cast and crew who had worked on As Told by Ginger join in on this event. We have Melissa Disney, who voices the main protagonist, Ginger Foutley, Aspen Vincent, the voice of Dodie Bishop, Jackie Harris Greenberg, the voice of Macie Lightfoot, Kenn Michael, the voice of Darren Patterson, David Jeremiah, the voice of Dr. Dave, Sandy Fox, the voice of Mipsy, Candy Milo, the voice of Mrs. Gripling, as well as some new guests that we've never had on Where in Between, such as Hope Levy, the voice of Chet Zipper, and Justin Cowden, the voice of Orion. Plus, we have many more special guests, but we're going to save that for the event. Don't want to spoil the surprise. This will be live streamed on the Old School Lane YouTube channel, with myself as the moderator and Aaron Mehta from The Aaron Mehta Show doing the tech help. So we hope that we see you on October 25th, 2020 at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 12 noon Pacific Standard Time, and join in on the fun. Hope to see you there. See you later.
Broadcasting from Huntsville, Alabama, this is the Old School Lane podcast and YouTube channel being relayed by the Arrow Meta Show studios in Manchester in the United Kingdom.
Someone once told me the grass is much greener on the other side. When I paid a visit, while it's possible I missed it, it seemed different yet exactly the same. Still further notice, I'm in between, I'm in between. From where I'm standing, my grass is green. Someone once told me the grass is much greener on the other side.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. So welcome to the As Told by Ginger 20th anniversary virtual reunion live stream. So my name is Patricia Miranda. I am the host and the moderator of this amazing event. And I just want to thank everybody for coming on in. This is absolutely incredible that we have over 80 people tuning in, people from all over the world who are celebrating this amazing occasion. And I have with me my other moderator, and he's also doing the tech help. This is Aaron Meta from the Aaron Meta Show.
Hey, everybody. And for those of you who may be quite new to this is actually a very first time for us. So technically, the show is being produced in Huntsville, Alabama, but the technical side of our operation is actually being taken here by the Aaron Meta Show studios here in Manchester in the United Kingdom. So it's a first for us, and it's a very exciting first for us actually as well, because as we both integrate, I think it's been no much of a secret now that the Aaron Meta Show and the Old School Lane podcasts have basically been teaming together to do all sorts of great things. And it's not just As Told by Ginger we've also brought to you. We've also brought you Hey Arnold content as well. We've also brought you stuff from Pixar. We've also brought you stuff from DreamWorks as well. They mean Pixmix and Dream Machine respectively. So yeah, we are just waiting and standing by for our guests to appear, and so we can get on with this wonderful event. 20 years since As Told by Ginger first aired on Nickelodeon. Today is the day, and no doubt there's going to be a lot of excitement, not just amongst ourselves, but also amongst the As Told by Ginger, the Old School Lane, and the Aaron Meta Show fans alike.
Absolutely, yes. So for those who are new to this live stream, wanting to see the cast and crew, so I have been producing As Told by Ginger content ever since 2012 with doing my blog interviews and my blog posts regarding what As Told by Ginger. And then around 2015, I did As Told by Ginger month to celebrate the show's 15th anniversary. 2017, I did We're in Between, which I did every single episode of As Told by Ginger once a week, alongside with Casey Reed and Ashley Witten-Keller from the Friday Night Nicktoons podcast. And yeah, for the past 2 years, we've actually been planning on doing this reunion. We wanted to do it in person, but unfortunately, well, certain circumstances didn't make that happen.
The Backstreet Boys reunion tour.
Yeah, yes, the Backstreet Boys reunion tour. But no, seriously, we've been planning on this for a very long time. In fact, right now, as we speak, 25 people are waiting to come in. So without further ado, everybody, let us have the introduction of the cast and crew of As Told by Ginger. So let us begin. Hello, Melissa. Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Oh,
hello. Wow, this is amazing. Listen,
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Wow, Jackie, I love your hair.
Oh, that's called I'm growing out my gray with purple.
It looks fabulous, by the way.
We're in a global pandemic.
Hi.
Hello.
That is true.
Very
Actually,
true.
just
Hello.
one thing. I know it's kind of unprofessional to do production right while we're in the middle of the show, but YouTube is currently cracking down on people who refer to the virus as its name. So right now, we're going to do what Game Grumps do, and we're going to refer to it as the Backstreet Boys reunion tour. So...
Right.
But tell me why.
Picture. I don't know where my picture is.
Well, you just click on the camera. That's what you're doing. Yeah. When you go over to camera on Zoom, you just hit stop video. Just click it on. That's how it works. But no, this is amazing. There are so many people here that. Hi, how you doing? There are so many people here that I do not know of, and there are a lot of people that I have known before. So let's start with the cast first. So for the cast, please introduce yourself.
Oh Lord, who starts?
Yeah, I know who starts, right?
Yes. I'm Melissa. I played Ginger.
Hi.
I'm not gonna say that I stole that. I'm gonna say it just came home with me one night
There
after
you
our
go. That's
premiere.
exactly what happened. It just came home with you one night.
Love it.
Hey, I'm Kenn Michael. I play Darren.
Hi,
Where's Ken?
Hey, everyone.
Flipping. I'm on an iPad, so I have to see Ken. Hi, Ken.
So good to see you.
Had a little thing for Ken. I'm just saying.
I think we all
had a
did.
little thing for Kenny.
Guilty.
I'm Hope. Levy, I played Chet. Look, I
Oh, that's awesome.
Hi, Hope. Hi, Hope. Hi, Hope.
Hi. I've never met you before, so it's very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Laraine Newman. I play Lois.
Hi, Laraine. It's first time as well. Very nice to meet you.
And I'm Lorraine's boyfriend. I'm David Jeremiah, Dr. Dave.
Hi, David.
Hello, boyfriend.
The doctor is in the house.
The doctor is in the house indeed.
I'm
Hi,
Shannon Conley. Hi. Oops, go ahead.
I'm Sandy Fox, and I play Mipson.
Sandy.
And she can still do the voice after 20 years.
Wow.
Please. Yeah.
I'm Jackie. I played Macie.
Hi, Jackie.
Pablo.
Hi, Pablo.
Pablo.
Aspen, did you say hi yet?
Oh, yes, Aspen,
Hi, I'm Aspen. I played Dodie. This is my little one, Sadie.
Hi, Sadie.
Sadie.
Sadie's a mini-me. Look at her.
I know she is.
Yeah.
Dodie.
So cute.
I'm Adam. I played Ian.
Nice to meet you.
All right, Adam.
Hi.
Liz, have you introduced yourself?
Did I do? I'm sorry, I'm Liz. I play Courtney.
Hi.
Everybody.
Anybody else from the cast?
Are we just calling ourselves out? Is that what we're doing?
Exactly.
First come, first
I'm
served.
Justin Cowden. I actually got to creep in the last 5 episodes. It turned into a series as her new boyfriend, Orion.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Justin.
Oh,
yeah. Cramp your style.
Yeah, well, it's very nice to have you, Justin. This is another first one for us.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think that's. I think this is all the cast. I think so.
Yeah.
Let's have the crew introduce themselves. So yeah, introduce yourselves.
I'm not sure if I'm cast or crew. I was the voice of the little seal girl. So
Oh, you're cast. Hi, Shannon. Yes.
Shannon Conley, how are you? Yeah.
Yes, and also you sung the Courtney theme song as well.
I did. Oh yeah, I wasn't sure if that was a prelay or not. So that was and actually, it's a little known fact. I did the theme song as well, but got replaced by Macie Gray. So if you're gonna get replaced,
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Don't worry, I got replaced by her too.
Yeah, me too.
it's still bragging rights. So
Yeah.
No, it's awesome. Yeah.
I think everyone's been replaced by Macie Gray.
right.
Right.
Excellent. Cool.
Anyway, so yeah, I think that's the last of the cast. So for the crew, please introduce yourselves.
Maureen? Shouldn't we start with Maureen, our producer?
Yeah.
Maureen?
Yes, let's introduce Maureen. Absolutely.
Hello, so I'm Maureen Iser, and I'm now Maureen Iser Vakoyevich, and I was the line producer.
Yay!
Nice to meet you.
And this is.
And well, I wanted to say real quick, Ginger's handwriting on the show that they showed on screen was Maureen's
Yes, that was
handwriting.
Oh wow! I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Cool.
And I'm Anthony, and I started in production, and then I moved into backgrounds, drawing backgrounds for the show.
Who married the line
That's
producer?
awesome.
And married the
Did you meet
producer.
on the show?
And I married her.
By the way, I love the shirt. That is you have the
I
Carl
got my,
shirt.
Carl shirt still.
Oh my god.
Nice. That is amazing.
Oh my gosh.
That was a crew gift I made for the crew.
Oh wow, that's cool.
I tried to find mine, Maureen, and I could not find it.
I thought maybe you were wearing it. I wasn't sure, but
No.
Pablo was holding up a clock that I gave to the crew as well.
Oh
as a
yes,
gift for
please.
here, too.
Oh nice.
Oh, wow.
I've never seen that
Still have
before.
mine, and the light still works.
That's awesome.
Wow.
We're gonna have to make more because those are really cute.
Yeah, we can get the. Well, we stole the posters, so.
And Bob Deaver helped me with the art for those gifts.
That's right. Yeah. I'm Bob. I was character design supervisor on Ginger and most of it. Patrick.
Hi, Bob.
Hello, Bob.
Hey guys, good to see everybody.
You
I
too.
got paint on my Ginger crew shirt, so
Aw,
yeah.
But you know what? I think that's what Carl would have wanted because he's very expressive and does a lot of art. So I'm sure that he would have had the shirt would have been dirty by now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Always.
Dear casting director down there.
Oh yes, the casting director, please introduce yourself.
Barbara.
Hi, I don't know if I'm on.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I am.
You are.
Hello, you all.
Hello.
It's so wonderful to see you all.
Yay!
It's nice to meet you. I've never met you before.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's so great of you to put this together.
Listen. I mean, I'm just happy
Wonderful.
that I'm able to get a fraction of this because I thought that they're not gonna get some one person who just so happens to be a fan. It's nobody's gonna. It's I'm not a journalist. I'm not one of those people from the news. It's I don't even work for Nickelodeon or Viacom. It's they're never gonna let me do this. It's no, I'm seriously shocked and just amazed that this is all coming together very nicely. So thank you so much.
Thank you for putting it together.
It's actually everybody. If we could get
made this possible.
And if we could give a big round of applause actually to Patricia, she's actually done really well to get us all together and everything.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I really thank you so much.
Yeah.
So Barbara, please, I'm sorry, I interrupted everybody. So please introduce yourself.
Well, I'm Barbara Wright, and I had the absolute pleasure to cast all of you, talented people in this show, and bring to the producers and the writers and directors the auditions that were selected. And I remembered thinking back about this time that as I was doing auditions in our little original studio there on Highland, that I was coming down the stairs and I ended up falling all the way down the stairs.
Oh no!
And it was a big commotion. And excuse me. So I completed the casting process at home on cassettes.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
back in the day.
Wow, it was back in the
Yes,
day when it was like
That's a lot of pencils to rewind.
Right, exactly.
And I had this box of cassettes, and I received so many beautiful bouquets of flowers. So I was totally happy. And you all turned into such a wonderful cast. It's just wonderful.
Absolutely.
It's such a fun show to work on. Oh my God.
Absolutely.
It was.
I'm sure it
Barbara,
was.
it is so nice to see you. I felt like you were like a mother to me. I was so young. It's so wonderful to see your face.
Aspen, you were a baby.
Thank you. It
Gosh.
has been, I think, 15 years since we were last together? I believe so. We
20.
recorded for 5 years. And this is 20 years. So I think it's about 15 years. So a lot of water under the bridge, and you've all thrived, and that's so great.
Absolutely. So I see Mr. Michael Kenny on the screen. So why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, Michael Kenny. I was one of the directors on the show.
And you also was storyboard artist as well?
And storyboard, yeah, started storyboard artist and moved up to director.
Nice.
Actually, what? You guys got me a Emmy nomination.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Pablo, along with Pablo here, he boarded it, right?
Oh yes, Pablo. Yes, we've seen Pablo on and off. Please introduce yourself.
You're muted, Pablo.
Yeah, you're muted, Pablo.
Unmute.
Yeah, just push the little microphone right there.
My dog was barking earlier, so I had to.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I was able to help out and storyboard the first episode of the show, which was a great honor to kind of let it start on its way and become what it is. So that was fun.
So yes, thank you so much. And let's see who else we have. Darren, please introduce yourself as well.
Darren McGowan, storyboard artist.
Hey, there you go.
He helped bring a lot of the crew together today. Thank you, Darren, for doing that.
Yeah,
oh yes,
no problem.
Thank you,
It's
Darren.
great to see. Well, listen, it's great to see you guys. And the problem I've always had with animation is that the cast and the crew are always kind of this, right? And it's great to see everybody together. I swear to God, this is really great because I don't know you guys. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Also, my Carl crew T-shirt, my ex owns it now. Never thought it.
That's wrong.
But
It's okay because I outgrew it. It's okay.
Right.
That's funny.
we're on to bigger and better things.
Something. Where's all this crew stuff? Did we get T-shirts?
No.
Right. How about that?
It wasn't from Klasky. I paid for it myself to the crew that I worked with. So it wasn't that it was a gift from
Oh,
Klasky.
I see.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yes. So.
Uh-oh.
Hey, it's not like Klasky was paying me big bucks,
Right. Aaron, I think we're having a little bit of difficulty with the screen.
Yeah, I was just, I don't know what's happened. It's just decided that, hey, OBS player doesn't want to see us anymore. So that's just kind of weird.
Well, we get that fixed up. Let's introduce more of the crew. So I see Keythe Farley. So why don't you introduce
Oh my God, where?
Hi.
Here he is. Hi.
Hi, Keythe.
I'm somewhere in between the crew and the cast.
It's perfect. You're right in between.
Took what was on the written page, took the brilliant cast that Barbara put together, and I spent a lot of time going, that's perfect, let's move on. It's really great to be back and to see all of your amazing faces, which I'm used to seeing peeping up from behind music stands.
Right.
It's true.
Very true.
This is the next best thing.
Yeah.
Yes. And I see Mr. Hutchinson with that nice background. So why don't you introduce?
Thank you. I am Chris Hutchison. I was a production coordinator on the show. I worked with Maureen in the crew.
Awesome.
Love your background.
I know.
Actually,
That's on brand.
Melissa, I don't know if you remember, but someone gave you a tour around the studio at one point. That was me.
That was you.
That was me.
Yeah, you guys stopped by like.
I stopped by your desk. I also remember meeting the gal who was in charge of designing all of Ginger's outfits. Like, I just loved how the clothing would change throughout the show. It was so
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bob,
that was. Who would that have been?
A girl.
I feel like it was.
I think we were all dudes.
Patrick Dean.
But Patrick Dean was, well, yeah. But that was the cool thing about doing characters on Ginger, because in most cartoons, the characters are wearing the same outfits throughout. But we made a decision early on that we would keep track of the days. This is the next day. This is the next day. And Ginger and Courtney and Macie and everybody would have a different, different outfit. And then we even started giving them new hairstyles. And
we aged up.
This was a fun show to draw characters on.
Yeah, and by the way, as soon as we're done with the introductions, like later on down the line, I have a lot of pictures from cast and crew and concept art and all that stuff. We'll feature all of that later on. As soon as we get the video fixed. Any luck yet, Aaron?
Well, I mean, tell you what, while I'm trying to fix that, maybe we might want to, if everyone's like watching the YouTube stream at the minute, maybe we can probably look at the fan art and look at all the other pictures as well.
Well, we haven't finished with the introductions just yet, so we still have a few more people.
Cool.
So, let's see who else.
I'm trying.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. So Kip, I see Kip right over there. So introduce yourself.
Hi, Kip.
Hello. Hello, yeah. I was a background designer. Kip Noskazy is my name. I'm the background designer on the show, and love seeing all these faces here. So many of these people that we worked with, in our mid-20s, and which is such a great time.
Early 30s.
80s.
Man.
Probably the best time I've had working on this crew. Great people.
Okay. We have Joseph Scott. So introduce yourself.
Like Michael, I was a director, but I started storyboarding first.
Okay, cool.
And I thank Bob because Bob put me in an episode.
Oh.
I'm trying to remember. It was like I think it was maybe Fast Reputation. I'm not sure.
Joe was made to be drawn as a character, so it was coming. So
yeah.
Okay, Miss Trisha, I have an idea. I'll be back in a minute. Okay.
Okay. Well, we still have a few more people to introduce. Okay, so we have Rob Gooden. So introduce yourself, Rob.
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 Hi, everybody. I'm Rob. I was a board artist.
Nice to meet you, Rob.
Hello.
Let's see who else we have. We have Monica Tomova. So Monica, why don't you introduce yourself?
Keyword.
I was also doing storyboards.
Nice.
Oh my.
And we see. Let's see.
Hey, Monica.
Hey.
I see another person here. I'm not familiar with this name. User, I'm sorry. Can you?
Did I not put my name in? I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
Sean,
Don't worry about it.
I'm Sean Pendergrass. I was a storyboard artist.
Oh, yes, Sean. No, that's
Sean. Yeah.
And I've never used this before, so I didn't know what I was doing. Sorry about
That's
that.
okay. Don't worry about it.
I'm changing my name to User.
Okay, well,
That's
pretty dope. Perfect.
Very nice.
It's a great name.
Absolutely. So yes, I guess while Aaron is trying to fix up the video and making sure that everything is good to go, have we missed anybody right before we?
Gabby.
Okay, Gabby. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Gabby.
Yeah, I was a storyboard artist.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen you in 20 years, Gabby.
Hi, Joe. Good to see you.
Yeah, a lot of us have worked together again, but there's a lot of people I haven't worked with since class teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do we have everyone? I believe so. Yeah. So, I'm going to do. I'm going to open up some fan art one bit at a time until Aaron fixes up the video. So I'm going to show you guys bit by bit on the fans that they. What I did was that a few days before the live stream,
Come on. Let's see.
Hello. Very nice.
Somebody wants to say hello.
Batman.
Okay, well, Batman and Green Hornet are here.
Batgirl.
I think it's Hulk.
Cute.
Oh, Hulk and Batgirl are here. Nice.
So cute.
Hi, and then
Yeah,
we'll
so-
go back to Batcave.
So, please. So, who are these, Justin?
What's
No.
that?
Who are these, Justin?
He's all good. I need to shut the
No. It's okay. I mean, it's all right. We welcome children.
Yes.
This was my.
Yours. That's all I have to say.
That's very sweet.
Can I ask a technical question?
Sure.
My neighbor is saying, where do I find this on YouTube?
Oh, yes. I will definitely send you. If you look up Old School Lane on YouTube, you just click on that YouTube channel, and then the link should give you the As Told by Ginger 20th Anniversary Virtual Reunion live stream. So just let them know, type in Old School Lane.
Okay, so that goes on now, or is that going to happen later?
You could do it now if you want. We're doing this right now live.
So put you old school Lane into YouTube, and she should find it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna send that back to her.
Can somebody send a link in the chat?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I will send the link in the chat. Yes. That way, if you want to share it with everyone, then please, by all means, I want everybody to see this.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure many people didn't even find out about that. I know for sure for some people that
Maybe you do have a point. Yeah. All right. I just sent it over to the chat. So while we wait for Aaron to fix up the video, let's show off some fan art, courtesy from the fans, like I mentioned before, that a few days ago, I had made an announcement that I was going to be doing two things. If the fans wanted to send fan art or if they wanted to send a 30-second video, then they could just email me at oldschoollane86@gmail.com. And this is what we're going to be showcasing right now. So let's open up the first fan art. So this fan art right over here, if you can see it right here on the screen, this is courtesy of Sierra Stevens.
Oh,
wow.
Great.
Look at this still girl. That's awesome.
Girl.
Oh my God.
Living in the real world.
Wow.
Oh my God, that's
The headgear. I love the headgear.
Yes. Yeah. So Sierra Stevens is the host of a weekly podcast.
I can't find
Yeah.
it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Disney Plus totally messed me up with my other show. So.
There you go.
Okay, I think we're back.
I think we're back. Okay, let me take a look at the stream really quick to see how we're looking. Okay, well, you hear the voices, but I don't see the videos yet.
Now you do.
I do now?
I saw someone say it's back. Yay!
Oh, yay, we're back. I think.
There it is.
Hello, fans.
There you are.
Back.
Okay, finally. Oh man, I am so sorry, everybody. I am so sorry.
Christian, you're doing great. This is really
No,
good.
listen. I know the fans were like really like saying, "What's going on? What happened?" It's like, I'm so sorry, everybody. I guess there's just so much things that are going on. It's insane. Okay, so listen. Because of this
girl, it's a big
delay that happened, we're running a little bit behind schedule, but I just want to, pause really quick because we actually have another guest who's joining us. And this is the special guest that I actually didn't tell any of you who's coming. I didn't, no, okay, I'm just going to point out who's not. Okay. Unfortunately, due to her very busy schedule, Emily is not able to join us. I tried. I got a hold of her manager, and she said she's super busy, but she really apologizes for not coming. But she will see the stream later on. So I'm just going to stop right there. And Aaron, would you mind playing the special guest clip for us, please?
Okay, let me just see if I can get this up.
Yes. Let's see if you can figure out who our special guest is.
Oh my gosh! I've been looking for this tartan plaid scrunchie since September! That's gotta be good luck. I really need it. The luck or the scrunchie? The luck, of course, to get on the pep squad. Okay, here's my plan. I strut into the cafeteria while squad members are eating their pep burgers or whatever they eat to keep them so darn peppy, and then I break out into a special routine, which I'm choreographing all by myself. Ooh, preview.
Oh, hold on, Aaron, would you want to stop in the video, please?
Go Goats! I'm still working on it.
I'll play the video.
I was gonna say you can see it on the YouTube stream because I just played it for everybody.
You can? Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I
can see it.
Yeah, everyone on the YouTube stream can see it.
Okay, everybody on YouTube can see it. All right, continue. Sorry.
Yeah,
Because,
you better be, Bishop. No freshman has ever been admitted to the squad. You're gonna need a lot more than that.
Don't let these two psych you out, Dodie.
Leandra! Hey, Leandra!
Never underestimate the power of positive thinking, my friends. I've positively moved mountains just by keeping optimistic.
Thanks!
Okay, so let's continue.
Man, Sorsky should have asked Leandra to make the graduation speech. I haven't had anything positive to say in days. Well, personally, I'm inspired. I'm gonna go work on my moves. Oh, hey, Leandra, wait up!
Well, I've got my own to-do list forming in my mind's library. Want to do all I can to catch a certain someone's lazy eye. Later, much.
Sure, later, no problem. Don't even worry about me. I'll just worry about myself.
Cool. Okay, and that was it.
All right. Okay, let's introduce the special guest. Why don't we?
I haven't had anything positive to say in days. Well, personally, I'm inspired. I'm gonna go work on my moves. Oh, hey, Leandra, wait up!
Okay, so special guest, hello. Why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm Leandra.
Hi, Leandra. It's very nice to meet you.
Oh.
So, yes, for those who don't know who you are, why don't you give a proper introduction?
I'm Leandra. I was on the show, oh my gosh, what was it, 15 years ago? And
it was my wish from the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So,
Oh.
That's awesome. I remember this. Maureen, how did this happen? I remember this exactly because I think I boarded this.
Maureen had to go take Charlotte, my daughter, somewhere, but hopefully
okay.
she'll get back and can find out. But Leandra would know, I'm sure.
Yes. So so Leandra actually appeared in the third TV movie, Butterflies Are Free or No Turning Back. She appeared as a minor character because it was her request from the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And so she came along and said to, Dodie that, I've, you can be able to move mountains if you have positive thinking. And so I actually knew about Leandra, we kind of like twined with, connected with each other about a few years ago. And I had her on I had her as a guest on the show We're In Between. And I asked her about, her experiences on working on the show. And she told me about all the stuff about, her going through her, rare cancer, and that she loved the show so much that she wanted to be a part of it. So, while I actually, if you want, Leandra, why don't you tell the story? Well, I actually have the photos that you gave me of the behind the scenes stuff of what you working on the show. So,
Oh
yeah.
man,
So why don't you
yeah.
go for it?
So it was a few years after, I had my bone marrow transplant, and I was about 13, I think, at the time, and I lived in Florida, and Make-A-Wish flew me out to LA, which is the first and only time I've ever been to LA. And then I got to see the studio. I got to see everyone making the storyboards. I got to record with you guys. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to pull up the first picture right here. So this right here is a picture of Leandra with Melissa. This is when they were minds together.
Oh my gosh, you were so little.
I know.
All right, I'm gonna. Okay, so that's one out of. I think I have like a few of them. So I have the other one right here. So I'm just gonna pull it up real quick. So this right here is Leandra with Laraine.
Yay.
Right here.
That's great.
Oh, this is so cool.
So cute. Aw.
Yeah.
And I have, let's see if I can find let's see. Oh, here's another one. This one right here is Laraine. No, I'm sorry, Jackie. This is Jackie and Leandra together.
Oh. Oh, so cute.
Oh my god.
I remember that.
We have some crew photos, so don't worry, guys. I didn't forget. But we have here. I believe that this is Maureen and Bob.
Wow.
I remember that.
Bob designed her.
Yes, she
Right,
did.
Bob?
I actually have the picture of her. Actually, I'm going to show that really quick. So I actually do have the designs of it because she did give me some pictures of the office when she was looking around at your drawing. So here, right over there, if it's a little blurry, I apologize, but this is Leandra right there in the right hand side, and it's comparison shots of Carl, Lois, and Ginger. So. So there is, why don't you talk about the design, the inspiration for the design of the character?
Are you talking to me?
Both Bob and Leandra.
And there's a cassette there too.
Yes, it's a cassette.
That's a cassette.
Nowadays you can find it at your local
I think I made that
museum.
cassette.
For those who don't know what that thing
Hold on, I gotta rewind.
Get your pencil.
Yes.
Yeah, well, anytime we had a character that was, based on somebody real, you just always find the characteristics and put them in there. And then for As Told by Ginger, you move their lips down to their chin and move their eyes really far apart, put little tick marks on their nose, and make their clothes really wavy, and you're just about there.
Oh, there you go.
I do remember your hat though. It doesn't look. It's hard to see. It doesn't look like it made it. The hat probably worked off a photograph though.
Yeah, you gave me that necklace. That necklace is actually a necklace I used to wear all the time when I was that age.
Oh wow, I do remember that. I do remember.
And there's also the bracelet as well.
Oh, that's right. I totally forgot about the bracelet. So I'm
Right.
Greek. It was a Macie bracelet, and now the Macie's like a super popular emoji.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a special character like this, any kind of little, accessory or some clothes that they wore in particular. Just we try to do our best to make it look like you. But good to see you again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually, like I said, I didn't tell anybody about this because I wanted it to be a surprise.
Oh, good.
So great to see you. Wow. That's
Yes.
amazing.
Yeah,
And
I
you're
got some.
healthy and doing well, Leandra?
I'm sorry?
Are you healthy and doing well?
I am. Now.
Yay.
Really lucky.
Your house looks like a church. It's beautiful.
Oh, it is actually. This was from this morning. Hold on. I can.
You're gonna say, oh, this whole thing.
Oh yeah. It's
it's beautiful.
like
I bought it
17th
for $1.
century. Nah.
The acoustics are amazing.
Yeah.
So, Leandra, I hope you don't mind us asking, what are you currently doing with yourself right now?
Oh, I'm a writer. I write science curricula for kids.
Oh,
Nice.
That's awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, I got some more pictures. Let me just pull up the next one. You guys gonna have to help me out because I don't recognize this person.
That's Pam.
Pam.
She did color for the backgrounds.
Okay. Yeah, and as you can see from this computer right here, yes, ladies and gentlemen, this was a computer. And that
What's a
right there
computer?
is, from Far From Home. So that was when the episode was in production. Because look at the date right here, June 4th, 2002. The episode didn't come out until a year later. So you guys were probably still working on the TV movie.
Ginger was a little revolutionary in the way it used patterns thrown into the backgrounds for wallpaper and colors and texture. It was one of the first cartoons that did that.
Wow.
That's interesting.
This is the content that I'm here for.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, we know that you're the tech guy there, Ken. Let's see if I find another one. This was okay, so we have another picture with Bob showing Leandra the drawing. So I'm just going to pull this up right here. So there it is.
Oh.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
An animation disc. Remember those?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Back when things were drawn.
Yeah, drawn on paper, exactly.
I believe that's called a pencil that's in my hand.
Oh.
Yeah.
Never heard of that.
Yeah. It's way past my time.
I think Laraine has a question.
Oh yes, please, Laraine, ask a question. Absolutely.
It totally looks like a Rastafarian hat.
A Rastafarian hat, yeah.
Yeah.
Thus began my love of Bob Marley.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on.
Wonderful.
Cool.
It's very
Not to love.
Right.
cool little
True.
kid. Wow.
Yeah.
Very cool. Cool then, cool now.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if I have anything else. Oh, another thing for crew. I have some of the pictures right here, some drawings from Klasky Chupo. So we have a combination of Ginger and the wild thornberries up there. So if you see the Ginger pictures right here in the back, we have Ginger reading her diary, Ginger, Carl, and Lois setting up the Christmas tree. Ginger, Dodie, and Macie are having a sleepover, and Ginger's telling a scary story. And Carl is about to drop a water balloon on Ginger's head. It's a little hard to see, so my apologies, but
I believe that was all press art, right, Bob?
yeah, because I've never seen any of this in the show.
Yeah, we do a piece of press art every once in a while. Those were a lot of fun to do those.
You know, looking at all those pictures aligned, I'm excited to get like Rugrats Gone Wild flashbacks.
Oh, right.
A lot of the crew that worked on Ginger came off of the Wild Thornberries previously, so a lot of us all worked together on the Wild Thornberries and then transitioned onto Ginger. So that's probably why they were together.
Yeah.
All right. I have some. Let's see. I have two more pictures. Let me just pull it up. Okay. So this one right here is. Okay, well, I think this is Ginger with her rock band. I think that's Dodie and Macie in the background. I think this is from Ginger's solo when she's having that dream with, about like, oh, I want to see Sasha in the Copper Colored Pony song. And then right here we have Ginger and Darren having their kiss together in the From Home TV movie.
Nice.
Right.
And right up there, I see Eliza and Shane G. That's from the last season of the Wild Thornberrys right up there.
And up top is the Grand Canyon Vacation from.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. I was thinking about what that was. I thought
that's me on one of our Klasky Chupo river trips.
Nice.
So we did those a bunch. We did about 4 or 5 of them.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Really
All right.
cool.
So let's see if I have any others. I think other than that, I think that's pretty much it with the pictures. So yeah, there's actually a ton of pictures that I want to show, but let's move on to some other things. If I actually want to ask all
Patricia, there's actually let me just see if I can send you this one real quick. Do you remember a certain Halloween episode that we had and something came out of it? Let me just see if I can just show you this just right now.
Yeah, sure. What is it?
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna put it in the
While you're putting that up, Aaron, can I give a round of applause to Patricia? Can we for putting all this together?
A second one.
Thank you.
I mean,
guys.
seriously, I can't get the Trader Joe's bags in from the back of the car, and Patricia put all this together.
No, seriously, thank you.
No, it's good. It's amazing.
No, I'm touched, thank you.
Yeah, I just sent to you over Facebook, so I should be with you in a minute.
Okay, let me take a look into it. Let's see what it is.
Remember this classic image that got conjured up in like a random podcast that we did.
Oh my God. Okay. Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay. So we both did we did a podcast. We do a podcast together, and we were talking about something Halloween related, and it involved with talking about As Told by Ginger, and then we were like, hey, and then Aaron was like, hey, Patricia, what do you think of this? And I'm like, oh my gosh, can you do this? And I'm like, why not? So yeah, so courtesy of Aaron, this is Foutley the 13th. Happy Halloween.
Oh no.
Really?
Like, I swear, Aaron.
Awesome.
My gracious.
Precious.
Amazing. Do you sell prints? I'll buy one of those.
Yes, indeed.
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure my head around how it came about. And
I don't remember how we even thought of that. Like,
was it we started talking? Well, I think maybe because I think we did an episode of Aaron Plays, and we were playing Friday the 13th because that had come out recently, and so we were giving it a go. And I think we just got to talk about As Told by Ginger because we were in between was going on at the time, and that's probably how it probably came out.
Yes, now I remember. Yeah, we were doing a Let's Play of the Friday the 13th video game, and then I was just talking about Ginger, and I was talking about Halloween episodes or something, and then you were saying, like, I'm going to put this together, and I'm like, oh my, wow.
Foutley the 13th.
Foutley the 13th.
In cinemas Friday.
God. Okay. But yeah, anyway, I still have plenty of photos to show, but right before we do that, I definitely want to do some questions for the cast and, for the crew. So for the cast, I want to ask you about like the audition process for when you guys were coming into the show for the first time. So, let's start off with Melissa. So what was that like for the, coming in for Ginger?
Well, I remember auditioning for like every girl role. They just sent me everything. And I remember I was trying to come up with a voice for Ginger that would be something different just so it could stand out from all the other girls. And there was a little girl that lived down the street from me, and she was tiny. She was like 5, but she had the most raspy voice. And I just thought, I'm just going to think of her. Because that just seems like the right personality for that one. And it totally stuck. And when I talked to Emily later, she said, I heard you for about 3 seconds and knew you're Ginger. I just knew it.
Very sweet.
It was really exciting, and I was told on my birthday.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's so cool. What a present.
It was
Your
like
16th birthday.
Your 16th birthday. Okay, so Aspen, let us know about the audition for you.
Who
Oh my
actually
gosh.
watched 16?
I was like probably 10. I think I was like 18. I do remember it was my first animation audition. I had just signed with a voiceover agent and had no idea what I was doing. And I just thought the whole thing was going to be experience. And I could not believe it when I got hired. I do remember that I felt like I knew who Dodie was right off the bat. Like it didn't take me much time to figure out who she was. She was so well written, even in the pilot.
Right.
It was just really fun, but I was such a baby.
Yeah.
I think it was beginner's luck.
You really were a baby, though, like legit baby.
Yeah.
How about you, Jackie?
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Same thing. I went in, I read for parts, and then it was kind of leaning towards, I could tell that they were like in the booth going, meaning, you know, yeah, no,
Right.
you don't, but no. And then I did Macie, and it was like, and then I was done, and I knew it wasn't connecting. And then I remembered my best friend from my childhood, whose name was Stephanie Muller, and she had such an intense her whole inner workings of her nose and mouth didn't function. So she snored. She was 5 and snoring, and she had so everything was like that. So I went back in and I just channeled Stephanie Muller, who I saw at my mother's funeral, fun fact. And years later, and told her, and she was just very flattered. It was nice.
That's very nice.
But yeah, that's what it was. Stephanie Muller.
How about you, Kenn?
I actually don't really remember the audition
Right.
as much. I think I was auditioning a lot in that time period. And so, you know, you just get calls and you just try and do voices for descriptions of characters. And then I got a call from the agent saying, oh, well, you know, you booked this cartoon, which was like super exciting, but I didn't really remember what I had done. So I remember getting there the first day and just asking the director, hey, can you play back my audition? Just so I kind of know what I did to kind of get this, and you know, and the voice came back over, and it was just like this guy, and then he's there. I was like, oh, okay, excellent. And then we just dropped in, and it was like literally one of the most fun voiceover series experiences I've ever had.
Right. Laraine, how about you?
Well, I hope I'm remembering this correctly. I think I am, but I auditioned in the same room with another actress, and we were being directed by someone. And the other actress, I think, was Megan Smith.
Okay.
You know, and so she did her take, and the director was like, I don't remember who that guy was, but he was like, oh my God, that's just brilliant. So I did mine.
Great.
I did mine, you know, and he went, okay, Laraine, do you think that you could try it? You know, so he was not very thrilled with me. So I thought, you know, there's no way. But I remember when I read the script, and it said that she was from New Hampshire. So that was like a thing for me to hang on it. And then Emily told me that, you know, she also knew right away that was Lois because of the accent. And it gave me so much to play with in terms of giving me words like Haneker. You know? Always came up with, you know, what was the cheese? Havati.
Yeah.
She would give me like really great words to say. So it was,
Yeah. Liz, you know, as the popular girl in the whole school. So how about you?
I have to be honest, I really don't remember. I do know that I went up for Dodie and Courtney, and then Dodie sort of fell off. Then they weren't listening to Dodie anymore. And then so I was, but I don't really remember much of it. It's a blur.
Sure.
So anyway.
That's okay.
It's all a blur.
Yes.
Yeah, more and more things are a blur.
Right. Sandy, how about you?
Hi.
There you are.
Here I am. I remember reading for Emily, and I think reading live for Barbara. Emily was in the room. And I always get cast for the cute voices, but I was so excited that she was, you know, third meanest girl in the school, driving, manipulating. I'm like, oh yeah, I can do this. So yeah, it was just such a great experience. I love going to the schoolhouse. I love Glaskey. And it was just such a great experience working on the show.
Absolutely. Adam, you know, as the popular boy Ian Richardson. So,
oh my gosh.
Put you on the spot.
So I don't remember auditioning for the show. I was 16 at the time. But what I do remember was that getting the breakdown for the character he was the popular boy, and I was like, well, there goes that. Not gonna get that one. Give me the nerd. Who's the nerd? No nerd. Are you guys sure you want me to audition for this one? All right. And still to this day, the coolest character I've ever done. I was like shocked when I got the role. It was, I just remember having so much fun with it because it was the only popular kid I ever played.
Wow. So let's see, David, why don't we have you next?
Well, I was actually in the dentist chair a few days ago, and she asked me, what are you doing this weekend? And I said, we're doing this little reunion thing for this cartoon that I worked on a million years ago. Oh, what is it? I said, it's called As Told by Ginger. And she about drilled through my gum because she was so starstruck. She's like, oh my God, you were on As Told by Ginger? I said, yeah. I said, I watched every episode. And she said, who'd you play? I said, well, I played Dr. Dave. Oh my God, she's starstruck.
Oh my God. That's so sweet.
She's got Dr. Dave in her chair and she couldn't believe it. Anyway, I do remember thinking, I don't remember actually walking into the room, but I do remember thinking to myself, Dr. Dave, he's smart and clueless. And he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, but he really doesn't. Let's go with that.
Smart and clueless is beautiful.
What a beautiful oxymoron.
Smart and clueless.
Well, I'll just say, David, I'm
like jumbo shrimp.
There you go. There you go.
I'll just say, David, I'm very jealous of you right now because you managed to get into a dentist chair while the Backstreet Boys reunion tour is stopping me from doing that at the moment.
Tell me why.
Right.
Because
we don't want to say the thing.
Yeah, don't say the word.
Now, that's what it's.
The virus that shall be.
Thou shall not be named. Yes.
Calling it the Voldemort. I think that's the official name. Is Voldemort.
There you go.
We're treating it the same way we treat 45, basically.
Or whatever it is, I don't know. Hope, why don't we have you next?
Well, I remember a dear friend of mine, my friend Sue Boyajian, said, Hope, they're still casting this new animated show. Did you get in on it? And I said, I think I did. And she's like, there's a role. I think you could do it. And I'm like, really? And it was this mumbling 12-year-old boy named Chet Zipper. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So I asked my agent, hey, I heard there's a little part still that hasn't been cast. And could I read for it? Well, it's a boy. I'm like, well, could I try it? So anyhow, she let me try it. And I just loved that he was mumbling. And I'm like, I'm going to try doing some mumbling and I don't know, whatever. The mumbling caught the attention of, I guess, Barbara and Emily. And I got cast in this. I thought it was just like a one-time shot. And then Chet Zipper just kept coming back to do more school announcements because he had such an amazing voice, I guess. I don't know.
There you go, exactly.
And it was so much fun. I loved it.
If I may, I would love to get a little behind the scenes and put Hope on the spot here. Because not only was Chet one of the most iconic voices in the show, but Hope's stance in the booth when she was recording is completely and utterly unique, and no one I don't think has ever seen it.
Really?
Hope, you had a pose that would get you into Chet. I don't know if you remember. I will never forget it, but
I'm so honored that you said that because I don't remember, but I'm sure you have to get into a little bit of the body to get that kind of, to get our voices happening. So, oh my God, you're right. Thank you.
It was this.
I forgot about this.
Oh, really? You did this?
Reminding me. Okay, let's all repeat.
Yes, let's do that.
Let's sort of lay back, Chet Zipper.
Keythe, our amazing director for the
I'll
actors.
never forget it. I was just like, there it is.
Yes. Every time I'm going to see Chet, I'm going to think of this now.
Yes. Totally forgot. Thank you.
That's amazing. That's a very amazing story. I didn't know this. So, who else? Justin. What about you? What for even though for a short while, you became an essential character in the last season.
Well, it was so funny because I had just finished. This was my second VO job ever. I just finished Ozzy and Drix with Kids WB.
Okay.
And my agent goes, "There's this cartoon that's already well established. They want someone who can sing. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And so I went in and I was like, oh, I'm going to lose this because it was like me and 3 celebrities. And I was like, what kind of a thing? And they gave me a cassette tape. I think I had a cassette tape of a song that the Star Search winner did the samples for. Remember the Star Search winner? What was his name? He had one name. I forgot. It was really good. Anyway, they called me out of the blue and they were just like, yeah, you got that. And I'm like, oh, okay. And when I went in, it was a totally different. Do you remember how they used to put out that really awesome spread of food?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. When I was there, because it was amazing. I was like, oh, they don't do this at Warner Brothers. Like, oh, Mark asked for my headshot so that he could do. And again, like Adam said, it was a cool character. I was like, hey, I gotta play the drums and sing. I'm like, this is like really angsty. This is really cool. And Melissa just welcomed me right away. Like, oh, you're her boyfriend. And then years later, there's a specific audience and time frame, because whenever I say, oh, I did SOB Ginger, a lot of the little kids who are now 20 are like, and they shrug. But when the people that know it, they go, who'd you play? I go, oh, I was her boyfriend. They go, you're not Ken Michael. And I got to meet Ken real quick, and I thought, this is going to be awkward, But no, I'm just kidding. No, it was, I remember but this moment, I'm going to embarrass her. She probably don't even remember, but I remember walking in and being super starstruck when I saw Laraine Newman, and she talked to me, and I'm like, from the good SNL, like, oh my gosh, Connie Conehead is sitting right next to me. I went home and told my dad. My dad was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. Oh yeah, no, it was great, and I was bummed that I went looking for the episodes for a while, and I finally found it in a Blockbuster video on. They made it into the wedding frame, into the DVD.
Yeah,
I was like, but yeah, no, it was like literally a day. It was just. There wasn't read 5 parts. It was read this, sing it. And those guys, I was like, oh, okay, cool. Maybe it was because I didn't think I would get it, but I missed that place. That was one of my favorite jobs I ever did.
Yeah. Nice. You guys, I have to say how funny it was that they kept bringing in these very young guys to be my boyfriend. And I was like,
That's funny.
you're a little awkward, but I know you're like 13. Okay.
Oh, but Richard, do you remember? Did you remember when we were discussing about?
I was older.
Yeah. Do you remember we were discussing, because it's not the first time this has happened, because remember when we were talking about Francesca Marie Smith having to work with the new Arnold in the Jungle movie? And
like she was around her like 30s, and the new kid who played as Arnold was like 17?
No, I think
I mean, we switched out Arnold a lot. We went through 5 or 6.
Yeah, there were about 5 or 6. Yeah. Oh well, yeah. For those who don't know, Adam was one of the voices of Curly from Hey Arnold.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Shannon, why don't you tell about how you got into the audition process?
Sure. I had a little bit of a different journey. I came in through the music part of it.
Oh,
so
okay.
Jared Faber was the music director, and he created a lot of the music.
Yeah.
He wrote the theme song and Courtney's theme song and all that stuff. So I come in, so we were in New York. So I never went to Class K Chupo. I never saw any of the stuff that you guys got to see. We were in a little apartment in the Upper West Side.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, and it really came through because he was creating the music, and the first time I came in for it was actually to do the theme song, which I did, and I got my SAG card out of it, which was huge. Yeah,
awesome.
it was like that was the very beginning of my it's official, yay. And then they replaced me with Macie Gray.
Yeah. Here's the thing. There have been 3 replacements, because it's you, Melissa, and Cree. And then Jared Faber told me this story when I had him on the podcast. But originally, they wanted to have Dodie and Macie sing the theme song as well. It's like, every episode. Yeah, every episode, and if it's like a Dodie-centric episode, or if it's a Macie-centric episode, then we're gonna switch over the theme songs. Right. But then they were like, "Hey, we got Macie Gray. Let's just have her do the theme song or something."
Yeah, somewhere in the
argue
vault
with
are
that.
recordings of us all singing it.
Yes, and if you are actually interested in finding out what would they sound like if they did it, go listen to We're in Between, where I asked Aspen and Jackie to sing the theme song. So, yeah,
Oh,
if you're
that's
interested in,
great.
if you're interested in looking into,
So fantastic.
Laraine got locked out.
Oh, she did. Yeah, let me just.
Oh,
yeah,
whoops.
I'm letting her back in.
I tell you, while she's doing that, the Courtney song is probably the most pretentious song I think that's probably existed since The Great Gaston and Beauty and the Beast.
Yes, it was very fun to do. That's for sure.
Yes.
I love that song.
It was all great, and the little Seal Girl episode was super fun, and but it was such a great little world to drop into and see, what was going on. I was just like, this is awesome. I love that this exists because it was really groundbreaking. I mean, it just was so different than anything going on, and it wasn't the typical happy ending all the time and just whitewashing everything. It was just very refreshing.
Absolutely. All right. I think I believe I got all the cast. So for I'm sorry.
Laraine can't get video. Is she?
I think she's in here somewhere.
Yeah, amongst the.
There you are. I can hear you. You just turn on the. You click on the little camera button.
I've been doing that. I've been doing that over and over, and I'm just But I'm not wearing pants, so it's probably.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, wow.
Gotcha. No problem.
Who wears pants on Zoom?
It's Zoom trying to protect you. That's fine.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Just be careful on those breakout sessions.
Right, I know.
But all you need is like this anyway, so.
Where's
Exactly.
Laraine? Why can't we get Laraine?
I'm not sure. Let me try something. Hold on. Let me just
Try something.
I'm gonna try something.
As my main job, I work in technical support, and when you won't believe the amount of my camera doesn't work tickets that I get for trying to help people with that.
Yeah,
It's like it's just this. So yeah.
How many times do you have to tell people, did you press the power button?
Well, I tell
Have
you
you
what.
tried putting the batteries in?
It's funny enough. No, nothing about batteries, nothing about powering the machine on yet. And I say yet. I'm sure that's going to come in at some point. But yeah,
Wow, I'm actually impressed.
yeah. But thankfully, some of the people I work with actually, know how to turn the computer on and know how to kind of use it. So I'm sort of in a good place where I am at the minute. So.
Okay, so get her back in then, IT guy. We need Laraine Newman.
Oh, I just don't know what to say, but I was very flattered by what Justin said. I just was like, "Hey, thank you." And
Yeah.
I was just thinking,
Gosh,
Laraine, have you got like one of those laptops with like one of those like little switches on them, like turning on and off the camera?
I'm not sure. I mean, I am on a MacBook Air. And
Oh,
I've done
okay, then.
2,000 things. I mean, I know how to start and stop the video and mute, but for some reason, it's never happened before.
I mean, in regards to a MacBook Air, the only thing I could advise you is to kind of throw it out the window and get another laptop.
Oh my goodness.
I hate Macs. I don't like them.
Anyway, if you want to try, coming in and out of the stream again, let's see if the video works.
Yeah.
But while that happens, I definitely want to.
I've done it 3 times now, but I'll do it a 4th. Let's try it.
I mean, 4th time's a charm.
Okay, let me try
Exit. Yeah.
So, while you're doing that, I actually do have a question for the crew, which I'm pretty interested in. The people that I've spoken with at Nickelodeon usually talk about how they're restricted by the 6 to 11 demographic. I just wanted to ask about, when you're like doing either writing or production or anything like that. Like, did you ever like come up against the kind of like saying from people upstairs saying you can't do this, you can't do that? Like, was there any time where you tried to push, as told by Ginger, to the extreme, but you got pushed back from the guys upstairs?
Like Kids Don't Know Wednesday?
Well,
Notes like that, where they want us to change it to Saturday because they thought kids wouldn't know Wednesday. Things like that you get.
Oh, really?
Michael.
Ow. You don't want to you don't want to give them out of their comfort zone. So just say Saturday, guys.
Wow. Yeah. Standards and practices at their finest moment.
Well, yeah. Do you remember when we had to put a helmet on Hoodsy? So Hoodsy's on a skateboard, and they said put a helmet on him. We were like, well, where? Under the hood? No, just put a helmet on him. On the hood? Okay. It worked fine. Whatever.
Yeah, and that was hell on Rocket Power. Knee pads, helmets.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that stuff.
That makes sense.
Still exists on all the shows.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't get somehow some studios work. Like, I remember in Batman Beyond, they were talking about how they had to put seatbelts on Batman, you know, while he's riding around, but apparently kicking the crap out of the Joker is perfectly fine, apparently.
Sure.
Well, I just recently had to put life jackets on characters who are sitting on an inflatable boat, but it's on land. But they still existed. We put because they're in a boat. Yeah. So there's
show
some pretty
is
strict
that?
rules that we're bumping against all the time. It's pretty.
What show was this?
That was on Rocketeer.
Ah, the new Rocketeer series. Wow.
Michael Kenny ran the Rocketeer.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, so yeah, I definitely want to ask some questions for the crew. So, you know, getting the process of, you know, doing the directing and the drawings for the characters. So, yeah, I mean, are there any stories that you'd like to share regarding about that? So I guess I'll start off with the voice directing. So Keythe, you know, just you were mentioning before about like how did Hope get to Chet? Were there any stories or any like directions that you gave to the actors on how to get to their roles?
I think, like I said before, like most of my direction consisted of, that was great, let's move on.
Mhm.
Because this show was so well cast and everybody worked so well together. And we really created a family environment. I looked at the date of the record for this show, which was April 18th, 2000, for Little Seal Girl. And that was almost 2 weeks to the date before my first child was born.
Ah, that's very sweet.
And it really goes back to that time, the before children times and the after children times, and being able to share that with the cast and crew during that summer was something that was really special. But I just remember reading the script for the first time and sitting down with Emily and really talking about this show and feeling about this show. And that this show felt so much to me, like she really tapped into middle school and what it is in a really beautiful way, in a way that had all the humor, all the pain, all that, even in Come Back Little Seal Girl, where you see like, we're growing up, but you're not really, you're in that in-between stage between being a little kid and being a teenager. And she just walked that line so beautifully, and the scripts, every one of them, brought back my own middle school experiences for good and bad. And to be able to live in that as an artist, to be able to share that with a group of talented individuals was just a really, really special time for me as I was growing up and starting to think about raising a family. To be able to sort of touch that unique place that 11, 12, 13, that we all go through, that awkward not knowing, first kiss, boyfriend, being part of the popular crowd, still wanting to do little kid things, but feeling like you have to pretend that you want to do big kid and adult things, was just the humanity, the heart, the music, the talent, and then of course the way it's drawn, the way it's animated, all that beautiful Klasky Chupo, off-kilter look at reality is something that I really miss.
Right.
I really miss.
I think every department probably feels the same way. I kept telling you, Patricia, that you could nobody here would argue that there was something really special about As Told by Ginger, for like the storyboard artist, for character design, for background design, for the writing, the voices. There was just really something about it.
Yeah.
And it
Bob,
was,
we were all at least as far as the crew goes, I think we were, even if we weren't the same age, we were all in the same pocket of life where we hadn't started. None of us were married. None of us had kids. We were all just in that spot right there where we were going to the Cat and Fiddle. We were having a great time and we were working on a great show. It was just like the peak, it was just like great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
It was called junior high. We were doing the show when they actually called it junior high. Now it is called.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
the designing sorry, Darren, were you saying something? Designing characters for the show was really interesting. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Because a lot of times the incidental characters, meaning the background characters, try to keep them really sort of generic so the main characters stand out a little more. On Ginger, it was like encouraged that all the characters looked like they could have their own show. You know? There were just no limits on it. And for the board artists, one of the fun things was going to the animatics, because the board artists can chime in, but there was something really fun. There was a lot of freedom and not a lot of pressure to be. I mean, you guys can tell me, to be on model, and you could always tell whose sequence was whose, and it was just always such a big kick.
You weren't required to be on model back then. As a matter of fact,
Yeah.
every panel had a stamp on it, if I remember right, that said what, Michael? It said off model.
Yeah.
So that when it was sent overseas, Maureen, is that the deal? It was like off model. So we were allowed to draw however we wanted to in our own styles, and that was the fun of it. Because when you watch these animatics, because we'd screen them for the whole crew, everybody got to see not only their work, but we all got to see each other's work, and we know who did it. It was great.
But even when the animation,
Rob's always go ahead.
No, sorry, Bob. I was just gonna say, even when the animation came back and it was no longer in Michael's style or Darren's style, you could tell whose sequence it was, even in the animation, because of the expressions and everything. It was pretty cool.
Darren's like Darren's style sometimes.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just be careful what you put in the chat and Zoom, because it springs up on the screen and everyone can see it.
Oh, our apologies.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Who was saying something?
I was just gonna say really quick that I remember how you guys would come into the recording session sometimes, and you'd sit there and you'd draw while we were talking, and you'd get little facial expressions and stuff. And I don't see that very often anymore. Like, I remember that you made time for that and you came in to do that. And I was overseas years later. I was in Africa, and somebody recognized me there, and she's like, "I've seen you. I know you." And she's like, "But you had big red hair."
Oh my God.
The cartoon. Wow. That's cool.
Because of what you guys did. Isn't that so cool? And the voice.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's
also,
amazing
Melissa,
that you brought that up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I kind of always thought about that too, how the longer the show went on, I was looking at Darren and I was like, oh, I'm seeing little things that I was doing in the booth, or facial things. And again, that doesn't really happen on other shows.
Yeah,
So
I thought I was crazy, and now I realize I'm crazy in a different way, but I feel better about that part.
But they were in the building with us. They were in the building with
Yay!
Hey, she's there.
Anyway, yeah, absolutely. And I think that, the fact that every character that you see has their own unique quirk, because even you told me this, Jackie, that, as the characters aged and then you started getting accustomed to how you were acting, you were like, okay, so this is how the artists are going to like draw us, and this is how expressive that we're going to be. And it's like, as the seasons continued on, more and more of yourselves were integrated into the characters. So it was like you were kind of playing smaller versions of yourselves.
Well, also, what cartoons do that? What cartoons age up their characters? This show is so different for that. Because we went, and it was that thing that you go in the booth and you'd say, what is my voice again? Like, because you had different registers for your age, and we aged up. It was really trippy.
Yeah.
It was so grateful when Dodie got to get a little older, because
yeah.
Get down just a little bit.
And yet Darren's voice, his voice never stopped cracking.
Darren.
All players still up in there.
So cute.
I think the only cartoon show I recall where the characters aged over time, I think, was Avatar: The Last Airbender. I think.
Even then, but the show took place about a year, and it was like progressive. But with Ginger, it took place like you had the show started in 7th grade. Season 2 is 8th grade. Season 3 is 9th grade, and then the last episode in the last scene, they're adults.
Yeah, and they have birthdays.
Yeah, Macie had her birthday. And
Darren got his braces off, or his mechanism off.
Yeah.
I can't remember how that decision came about, but it was like Darren needs to get his mechanism off, and he's got to be hot.
Yeah.
I boarded that, and I think I was told it should feel like a horror movie.
That's right, and it totally
See that.
did. It totally did.
Yes.
I just
So-
remember all the Foley stuff that was happening with all the headgear and all the you could hear all the squeaking and the metal and stuff.
Loved it when he had
It looked like a prop from Saw or something, you know?
Yeah, totally.
It was ridiculous. But that was
Maybe it was.
that Eastern European style was just it was a crazy style to work in.
Yeah.
Everything was so exaggerated.
Very much so. Anyway, so I would like to hear from Maureen, especially as the one of the main producers of the show. So, yeah, huh?
Oh, someone else said something. I'm not sure what they said.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it either.
Well, I guess I'll just share that we were all like so young at the time, and most of us weren't married or didn't have kids, and we loved and we felt so passionate about the material that we stayed there for many hours, well beyond the regular 40 hours a week, because first of all, we enjoyed being together so much, and we wanted to make the show as best as it could be. So because we didn't have a lot of outside responsibilities, a lot of, especially the storyboard artists and the designers, were there on weekends. There were some times when I would come in and realize that like when the storyboarders had slept there overnight, or some people weren't so good at managing their time also because they were young, that was part of it. But we all believed in the show so much that we wanted to plus it and really make it as best as we could be beyond the budget that we were given.
Oh wow, really? Wow, you guys were really pushing it for sure.
Not exaggerating, right, guys? That's
not at
all.
No.
But you were working with your friends, so it was a real blast. Why go home when you're hanging out with all your friends?
Yeah, to back off of that, it just felt like a family atmosphere. Like we were all in this one room. It was this huge room with offices on the side and cubicles in the middle, and it was like kind of enclosed in glass. And so we were all just in there together, and for so many years that we all kind of became a family, if you will. And even after we all left that company and went off to other studios, I always tell people, I'm like, I can go to any studio and find 2, 3, 4, or 5 people I worked with at Klasky that, I had such a great time working with.
Yeah.
And Chris, you just reminded me of we had a tiny little hiatus, and how many were there? About 12 of us. Well, I went back to this sort of basketball court. We called it the prison yard. And we painted a mural all around of Klasky Chupo characters. And we just grabbed, we had about 15 people working on it. And that was a blast.
Yeah, that was fun.
Klasky worked it out so that people could stay on payroll, and came up with something for the crew to do to paint this mural in what we call the prison yard, so that they could keep earning a paycheck while we were on it.
That was really nice. It had barbed wire all around it. That's why we called it the prison yard. It was in the middle of Hollywood.
And you couldn't leave.
I remember that place.
Can I just say that Barbara was such a loyal person and great casting director, and once she knew what you could do, she just put you on shows. I mean, I was always so grateful for that. You would not read, you just be, do the Thornberrys, do the Rugrats. It was such a great feeling to be given that vote of confidence.
Yes, you love what she did in your office, Barbara. Remember your office in the and you had all these photos up. It was so much fun. We always go pop in and hang out.
It was, I think, 15 years of absolute pleasure for me. Just really wonderful. Sometimes at the very beginning, it was a matter of, I started with Duckman.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
And because they were always pushing the edge of what was possible on TV. And then I was able to work with Eric and Emily and be able to do these shows not for adults, but for kids. And they were always so beautifully written, wonderfully thought out. And I had such terrific support from Gabor and Arlene, and the way they treated the the crew always with the ability to, like at Christmas, we always had our 2 weeks off and it didn't have to come out of our vacation and it was paid for. And we always had the additional wonderful health plan because it was the same as Gabor and Arlene had for their children. And, you know, there was a family and they allowed a respect for everyone's contribution that I think was really extraordinary and very hard to find, not only in entertainment, but in any corporate situation.
Absolutely, for sure.
Barbara, dare I say, I mean, the type of voice, I mean, obviously, I think it's a massive compliment to all of you. I think the types of voice actors and actresses that we had back in the 90s and back in the 2000s, I mean, I think is a wonderful generation of people, I think, and also mixed in with people who came back from the radio days. I mean, obviously, there's that generation as well. I mean, can you ever see us having this generation again? I mean, people who have been part of this, you know, amazing era in Nickelodeon and other shows as well, and you know, obviously not having the people from the radio days. I mean, can we have this era again, do you think? I mean, for people in the future?
Well, I think they try for it, but you know, it when you're doing a show, there's the type of performance that's going to make an ensemble, and each one of the shows had to have its own style of vocalizations. So, and if they aren't the same style, if for say they're more, as we call it, cartoony or kind of just traditional way of doing those voices, they can't be mixed with another kind of acting. So what was absolutely wonderful in this was a chance to have real characterization to the voices, but they weren't necessarily cartoony because the performances were so based in reality, in the emotional and growth of the characters.
Right.
And so I don't know that shows like that are being really developed too much. I see different kinds of animation being developed, but the casting of an ensemble really has to have, it's like an orchestra. You got to have all the different tones and enough differentiation between them to be distinctive and yet at the same time blend. And it's the first part of the sound design. So, you know, the Klasky was really, they had like 5 levels of sound in their shows. And the first was the cast and the voices. And everything was built on top of that. All the hard effects, the soft effects, the Foley, all these things. And finally the music and the mixing all was part of that. And Gabor was responsible for that because he was very, very concerned and involved with the sound. So it was, I don't know if you're going to get that again because it was a product of the Eastern European taste as well as their unique production taste. Mm-hmm. And these wonderful actors who, when I started casting, sometimes it, as Aspen says, it was their first job. And so much talent, so little, it was all fresh. It was all new. They could be creative in their own way and bring that to the show. And that was encouraged, I know Maureen encouraged it for all of her designers and storyboard and all of that was, it was just a unique time and a unique place.
Yeah.
To work and to be a part of this enormously special family.
Absolutely.
It was
that was a casting masterclass right there.
Too.
Yes, you don't need to pay $99 a year to hear that experience, that lesson. So thank you, Barbara.
Well, there was
Thank
so
you. I'm
not
sorry
only
to have gone on so, but it's very special. You know, I could listen from another room and not really hear what exactly was going on, and I could know if it was a Klasky show.
Right.
Just by the quality of the layers of sound that were available and just the way it was. And you guys were all the beginning of it in every instance.
I just also want to say something about the directors. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh,
Mark.
absolutely.
Go for it.
It was like Charlie Adler and Keythe
Yeah.
were both like, performers themselves. So they could direct us from that standpoint. You guys always made me better, for sure, and taught me a lot. But also, you guys were so funny. So it was a pleasure of working with an ensemble in the booth, and then seeing you guys on the other end of the glass with no sound, just going.
Yeah, it's the best.
It's like the best thing in the world. But also, you guys were just so funny.
I agree.
Yeah, and there was always encouragement to improvise or to do. I mean, they would always have me like I could do a tag at the end of the scene, or you know what I mean. There was always a thing, and a lot of us, we all came from improvising too, and it was very much encouraged. It was great.
Yeah,
really fun.
Yeah, that was the style that was just so much fun to work in. I remember I was doing another cartoon show at the time too, and that one was done super traditional style, very super cartoony, no room for improv, and it just wasn't as much fun as when I would come to work on Ginger, and we would I felt like an actor on Ginger versus just doing crazy sounds and dialogue, and the fact that we could just drop in and do a take, and it felt like I was on camera, and everybody was just at the top of their game and super creative. I mean, honor to be involved.
Well, it's cool that crossed over into the voice acting, because that's what it was like on the crew too. I mean, everybody's already said that. So
I do remember walking away from the sessions going, wow, that was easy, and the food was fantastic. So, perfect day, No, really, when you walk away from a session, I mean, we all put up with, nutty directors that want us to, redo, the Titanic, on a 30-second, infomercial. But to walk away from a session and say, wow, that was easy, that happened every time with Ginger.
Yeah. Anyway, so I actually have some more fan art to share with you guys because I've been getting a lot of people saying, "Where's the fan art?" So yes, I will show off some more fan art. So let's pull up the next one. So let me just pull it up really quick. So where is it? Right here. Oh wait, I have to open it first. Duh. Okay, there we go.
So opening the picture is very important when trying to show it to people.
Right? Okay, so this right here is courtesy of DJ Barry. He's No Parking Barry on Twitter. And this is 20 years of Ginger representing 20 butterflies. And this is in reference to the third TV movie Butterflies Are Free.
That's so cute.
That is great.
Apologies if I was never paying attention, but where did she get all the butterflies from in that episode?
Well, she got the inspiration from her dad when she was like really nervous about writing her graduation speech, and her dad was showcasing about like how butterflies are very similar to like life, in which like if you grasp into them and if you are afraid of change, they'll never have time to grow and develop.
Oh yeah, I know that bit, but I mean, how did she physically obtain the butterflies?
Probably a butterfly farm. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
The kit. It's like Ginger ordered.
Yeah, there you go. She ordered it on Amazon.
Lois got it.
eBay. Okay.
eBay, sure.
That's beautiful.
Okay. Yeah, that's very nice. So shout out to DJ Barry for that. So very nice.
That's beautiful.
All right, let's pull up the next one. So this one is from one of our international fans. This is from Hodan Yassin, and he decided to do Ginger in 2020. So she has the pink mask and a Black Lives Matter shirt. She would be rocking it.
That is wonderful.
Yes.
Nice.
we have one from, let me see if I can pull up the next one. Okay, so this one is comes in 2 parts. This is from Mika Howe. So we have Ginger, Dodie, and Macie with her unique art style. And I really love the little detail that she put in, because she actually added in the frizzy Lizzies for Ginger, if you can see from her legs.
Oh my gosh.
That's funny.
And let me just pull up part 2 of that drawing. So part 2 is, let's see. Oh, that's right. Part 2 is for Miranda and Courtney. So let me just pull that up really quick. So yes, this is part 2, and this is again her interpretation of Miranda and Courtney, very Mean Girls-esque with her and her jewelry.
And of course they shave.
Oh yes, of course they have to. It's mandatory. And let's see. Then we have one last fan art, and this is from Genaria. And let me just pull it up right here. And this is basically a tale about how sad they were when Ginger was ending and ended up in the Nicktoons network. And she's like, "Oh, what happened?" And it's like, you're going over to the Nicktoons network, and this person was really sad that they weren't able to see the rest of the show.
Fantastic.
Oh my God. My goodness.
That's
Yes. So
I always have a thing for commentary fan art when they make a point out of particular things.
Absolutely. So one last thing that we want to show from the fans is a fan video that I said, as I mentioned earlier, that if they weren't able to submit fan art, then there's also the fan videos. So I told them submit a 30-second video about your thoughts and your response and how the show meant to you. So Aaron, would you mind playing that for us?
Okay then, just give me 1 second. So if you just turn your attention to the YouTube live stream, and
Yes,
I will play them.
let's not make that same mistake again.
And I will play all the videos for everybody. So
all right, so here we go.
Here
So
we
this
go.
is from the fans to you.
Patricia, this is Shawmix2, and I would like to say a message to Melissa Disney. Please let me do so. Okay, here it goes. Hello, Melissa Disney. I am Shawmix2, and I have listened to you before back in 2001, 2002 era, because I was into Invader Zim. I watched Invader Zim before, even though I watched part of your show too, but mostly back when I was watching Invader Zim, it got canceled, but you were still on the TV, so I watched you sometimes, I guess. I watched you, I did. I'm being honest, I'm being fair. I did watch you before, and I remember you gave out life lessons, and that's what was good about As Told by Ginger. So you give out good life lessons all the time, even though there was other characters involved. But I swear, your lessons were very honest, and I appreciate that. Despite I don't watch a lot of As Told by Ginger sometimes, but that's all I got to say for right now. Even though I'm more into Villainous by Ani Turiel currently, Invader Zim is on comics currently, but I still believe that Ginger told good life lessons, even if some people didn't see my content as well. But I know what I mean. But my content's different from As Told by Ginger anyway. But mostly I did watch As Told by Ginger a little bit, but not a whole lot. But just understand, I am being honest with myself that I did watch it before. I know what I mean.
So he tells me he's a fan of Invader Zim.
Yes, apparently so.
Okay, next one.
Yes, next one.
Excellent.
Hi there, my name is Simeon. I also go by Norbert.
I agree. Great life lessons on Ginger.
Its ongoing
So
plot,
many.
relatable stories, relatable characters, and heartwarming moments. I think it's a great Nicktoon and the best classic Chupo Nicktoon, even better than Rugrats. I also want to thank Patricia for introducing me to the show through her videos and her We're in Between podcast. I also want to thank all you voice actors, Melissa, Aspen, Jackie, etc. for voicing all the characters. Hopefully if Nickelodeon greenlights some sort of As Told by Ginger revival, you can all reprise your roles. Here's to 20 years of an awesome underrated Nicktoon.
Yes, and that was so that was from Norbert. So thank you very much for that, Norbert. And the first one was from Shamik. So let's play the next one, Aaron.
This is Zara Lobner. You may know me on YouTube or through my work at Camp Credibility or various other places. And I just wanted to wish As Told by Ginger a happy 20th anniversary. Such an awesome show. Can't believe it's 20 already. And in the words of Macie, happy anniversary As Told by Ginger. Okay. Goodbye.
Cute.
Yeah, so thank you, Zara Lobner, for that one. So I really do appreciate it. Next video.
We're Annie and Jill, the co-hosts of And You're Watching.
A podcast about all your fave kids media from the 2000s. Congratulations, As Told by Ginger, on your 20th anniversary. That's
Yes! We're so happy for you. We love the show. We grew up with it. We bonded over rewatching it in college together, and now we talk about it on our podcast.
Yes, so thank you for all you do, and congratulations.
Congratulations! Yay!
Yay!
Hey, shout out to Annie and Jill from the And You're Watching podcast.
I was saying, Patricia, we were talking about this before. We're really going to get him on the show at some point. You
Yeah,
know,
we definitely do,
We
for
would have a
sure.
really awesome conversation about
I
stuff.
think we would, yeah.
Yeah.
Next video, please.
Okay, Caprice, we don't say mooses, we say meese. Thank you so much, everybody, from As Told by Ginger. You left such an incredible, strong, amazing impact on everything. Just thank you so very much for everything. Hope you guys have a great day, and thanks for watching.
That is from Cool Paws 96. So thank you so much, Cool Paws. Really do appreciate it.
Cool. I think that's about it.
All right, that was the last one. So that is
Yay.
yeah. So as you can see, the fans they really love your work, and they love that they were able to learn a lot from the show, and they were able to get something out of it. So I think you guys should be really proud of that.
Totally.
Yeah, so I got some, let's see if I can pull up. Okay, so I think the next thing I want to definitely do is I want to show off some more photos. So I'm going to mix it in between like cast and crew. So these photos I got from Jackie about your time working on the show. So let me see if I can find it really quick. But yeah, here it is. So let me just pull up the first one. So yeah, I mean, all of these photos right here was, I was like looking through them, and I thought that's actually pretty awesome that you were able to, you know, have this much fun working on the show together. So
it's all about the food.
Oh, there's food in there too. There's food in there too, actually.
I don't even remember the food. Everybody's talking about the food. I don't
No.
Okay, so here's the first picture. We have Jackie, Aspen, Liz, and Melissa together. I love the shirt, Melissa. Very, very sunny.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Melissa and Kenn together.
Come on.
Oh my god. So sweet.
Babies.
All right, we have let's see, we have Melissa, Jackie, and Aspen together doing some recording.
That's fun.
Okay, there's Eric.
Eric.
Casimiro.
Eric! Where's Eric?
I tried messaging him. I haven't heard from him. I hope that he shows up at least for a little bit. We have Laraine.
Yeah, Laraine.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so we have
That was my birthday, I think.
And all
Our
birthdays.
birthday. Who else has a birthday near mine?
Me, Aspen.
Yes.
Yes.
that's what I
And
thought.
me.
That was our joint. Oh, that was all three of our birthdays?
All
Yeah,
three of us, I think.
think so.
Fun.
Wild.
What was the cake like?
I'm sure it was delicious.
It was.
All the food was good.
I'm sure it was.
That's really sweet.
Okay, so we got some more pictures of the three girls together. Oh, look at this. Liz and Melissa fighting over Lucky Charms.
Yeah.
right.
Everybody knows they're magically delicious.
They reconciled. That's good.
Okay, yeah. That's good. Oh, this one right here. This is the last one. You have to explain this one.
Don't ask me to explain it. It was 20 years ago. It's not going to happen.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's not my baby.
There's a new baby. There were a
Whose
lot
baby?
of like kids. Those of us that I didn't have a kid, but those that I had a kid during Ginger.
Yeah.
But there were always the kids would pop by. Liz had a kid during Ginger. Lorraine's kids would pop by. Aspen was a kid. You know, there was a lot.
That's Scott Mathers in the middle. I think that's his son.
Oh, okay.
Brand new.
What a sweetie. Yeah.
Yeah. So these are all the pictures. So thank you, Jackie. So that's for the cast.
I want to copy them. They're so
Okay, this was before
I know,
cell
yeah.
phone cameras.
Yeah, I know. That was
I
the
need to
thing.
get that
It was
picture of
like-
me and Melissa.
My pictures are literally stuck in a drawer, and we've been trying to get this drawer open, and we can't.
You need the jaws of life. That's what you need.
Right now, trying to get the drawer open, I'm like,
Oh my God.
Well, you guys have better ones. They're good.
Yeah. All right. I got some crew photos. I want to show off. Let's see. I want to show Bob's first because he has some, concept arts. Which you actually have to tell me the story, Bob, because I want everybody to know about how you were able to get these.
Okay. Well, so yeah, these are just a bunch of roughs from the character design through from Ginger, and I actually sold all this stuff at a garage sale, and yeah, it just got rid of it, and I had to hunt the guy down. And when Patricia said about the meeting, and I said I might be able to find this guy, and maybe he can let me photograph these things. And he said, well, you gave me a couple cells and I gave those away or sold them. But I have all this stuff left, and he gave it back to me. He just gave it back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And it was really fun pulling all this stuff out, and I just laid it all out on my table. There's Buzz. And this kills me over here with the Post-it on Macie, because that's how we would make a revision. We get, can you change your 3/4 rear a little bit? Boom, throw a Post-it on there. Just yeah.
Exactly. I'm quite intrigued by that, by what you just described there. So, I mean, what's the likelihood that some of our shows that we grew up with, like all like the production, like rough sketches and things like that, they could be in the hands of like private collectors, and they could be like passed down probably from like other people or sold on to other places? So it's likelihood is we might see some like stuff we've never seen before just come straight out of the blue somewhere.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe it. There's the original cleanup on Noel Sussman up there somewhere.
I'll show that one last because I have something to show to everybody regarding about something that you did regarding about Noel. So
okay,
I'll do that later. Okay, so let's do the next one. Got some more concept art right here. We got let's see. I see Crazy Floyd from Lunatic Lake.
Oh yeah.
There's Lois in her wedding dress. There's Dr. Dave with his birthday cake. We have the boy, Buzz's sons, Junior, Senior, and Reese's.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Those are my favorite characters, the Miss Foutley boys. The boys and Buzz were definitely my favorites.
Yeah. Darren, we actually had him on the show discussing about him working on it actually. Let's see, next one. Okay, so we got some more detailed stuff. Now, I'm actually curious. Who is this guy right up here next to Hoodsy, Lois, and Ginger?
It's been too long. I can't remember.
I think that's her, Ginger's dad.
It might
Really?
have been, it might have been a concept of Ginger's dad. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. But I do remember getting a sketch from Laszlo or something that Emily wants Ginger's dad to look like this, and we went with that.
Okay, very nice. I see Maud right over there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, we got let's see. Yeah, we have Darren, season 3 Darren with the Letterman jacket and the long hair. And I see the Post-it note, which means you probably had to revise the jacket.
Yeah.
Voluptuous Ginger to the left of that one.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Wow, very voluptuous.
I think there was always jokes going around, and it was like, we need to do Ginger when she's older. And so I just like whipped up this pinup model just to go, how about this?
Wow.
No, let's tone it back. Let's tone it back.
Okay. So yeah, this is just more of the photos. There's let's see, yeah, just more of it. And then finally, Noel. So yes, tell us about incidental character 56.
Number 56. Darren, you want to tell about Noel?
Bob Deaver, part of being a character designer and supervisor, Bob came up with all the incidentals for the show, right, Bob?
Yeah.
Bob
And,
came
no,
up
and the other guys, yeah.
Well, there was just a ton of these people that you put in the backgrounds, and this thing was number 56, and we became kind of fascinated with this incidental. And later on, we found out I think Bob based it on someone he knew when he was a kid. He'll have more info. Like we grabbed onto this character hard, and we started putting her in the backgrounds of like every shot. This kid looked so great and had so much weird personality that we started putting her in backgrounds doing different weird things, just for fun. And you know, and it was just for us as storyboard artists to have, you know, a time with this great design. And little did we know that she would take off. The story got out that we were putting her in the backgrounds, and then it got up to Emily, and Emily decided to create a character based around her. Eventually she became Noelle Sussman. That's the origins of this character, is that it was such a great design, Bob, that we all loved it.
Well, see, the design, it's kind of a fluke. What's that? So the design is, it's like we had to design up the characters for the whole school, for the elementary school and for the middle school. And we went back and we had more characters for the middle school and needed more elementary school kids. Now, this character was sort of based off somebody I went to junior high school with. And we were so pushed, stressed out for time. I just kind of went through and cut their legs off and made their arms shorter. But this one, I sort of either forgot or just didn't do it intentionally, where I took that gawky neck that a middle school kid has, like that gawky look. So she just came out really weird looking and just went through. I mean, usually you get a note and say, but this is a kind of strange looking character. You want to revise this one? And then then the storyboard artist just started putting her in the back of everything. And she was just popping up and just to make everybody laugh. And then Emily Kapnick, the creator, decided to put her in a show and make her into a B story, and she did her voice too.
Yeah.
That's right.
If I saw this character in real life, I'd probably ask you, do you want me to help you phone home so you can go make your way back to your home planet?
Oh my gosh.
So goofy. Look at that profile. There's no chin at all.
No chin. All neck, no chin.
Yeah.
So that's not the only thing that Bob did regarding about Noelle Sussman. He actually wrote a song about her. So Aaron, would you mind playing the song, which is called "And She Was Gone"?
And she was gone.
Everybody, once again, I sent you the video on the OneDrive.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
This is my favorite thing. Bob's a great songwriter and musician and singer, and I heard this years ago, and it's the most beautiful thing you ever hear about the most obscure character and the most obscure thing in the world. This character 56, if you know the backstory about how much she meant to us as storyboard artists and designers and animators, and that she began as an in-joke and what she became, this song is gorgeous, Bob.
Well, thank you, Darren. I just thought of the line. It was weird. We gave her a number, and then Emily gave her a name. And then I went, oh, that's a good lyric. And I just decided to write a whole song. And it was like 10 years after Ginger was over. I just came up with the song.
I'm really sorry about this, Patricia. Did you say it was a video? You say it was an MP3?
No, it's a video. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
Okay. Let me just.
I'm actually gonna have to jump off.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for being with us.
Yes, thank you very much. We really do appreciate it.
Same. I'm headed out as well.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ken.
Okay, so I got.
amazing to see all you guys.
I think I got it here actually. Let me see if it's this one.
Yeah.
I'll do the video, and then I'll go.
Hi, Kitty.
Hi, Kitty.
I just did this in my garage last week.
Where she was no one.
That's the one.
But she was still there. She wore thick glasses, and her skin was fair. I couldn't even tell you the color of her hair. Before I knew, she was everywhere. She walked out of the crowd. She still looked the same. Her legs were short and her eyes looked strange. I gave her a number. It was somebody else that gave her a name. And when she spoke, everything changed. Was anything any different without her? Does anyone remember or think about her? She had nothing to say, and she said nothing louder. She was supposed to be mine, and I forgot all about her. I just needed someone, but I ran out of time. Nobody cared, and that was fine. 4 or 5 standing in a line. Everyone loved her, and I didn't know why. I still think it's strange. She seems younger now. All they could remember is she was funny somehow. I should have picked her up when she fell on the ground. And she was gone, but she's still around. Was anything any different without her? Does anyone remember or think about her? She had nothing to say, and she said nothing louder. She was supposed to be mine. I forgot all about her. She was supposed to be mine, and I forgot all about her.
That was very nice.
Woo!
Nice.
So,
everybody, I have to go. I'm sorry.
yes, that's okay. Right before you guys go, I want you guys to give your final thoughts about, working on the show and the fact that it's been 20 years. So, final thoughts for Laraine and Kenn and Jackie.
I'm really proud of the show. I loved playing Lois so much. I wish they would do something like they did with Animaniacs, which is bring it back.
Bring it back. Bring
Yes,
it back.
bring it back.
Bring it
Bring it back.
Yeah, given the trend of things right now, I wouldn't be too surprised if we, me and Patricia end up on a podcast, somewhere down the line, and we say, "Oh, hey, do you know they're bringing As Told by Ginger back?"
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it's coming. I don't think it's a matter of if. I
Absolutely.
think it's just a matter of when.
Yes, exactly.
That's hopeful.
Yeah,
I was
Patricia, given the fact that people
Our
are,
contact information is in the box. No, I'm just kidding.
Patricia, given the fact that some people have to go, should we move the tribute video forward, if that's okay?
Yes. I'm sorry that I'm keeping you guys, but I want to do, one quick thing that Aaron actually came up with the idea for, which was brilliant, by the way. So, as you guys know, we've actually, are really happy that all of you guys are here, but we, over the years, we've lost a lot of people who've worked on the show along the way. And so Aaron put together a tribute video of all of those, both cast and crew, whom unfortunately, have since passed on. So, after we play the video, I would like to ask everyone for a moment of silence for those that we've lost. So Aaron, can you please play the video?
kinda sad, really. Guess I'm the sort who'll linger when the credits roll. I still can't leave the picture I hold in my heart.
There's a road that's left to travel. Bridges left to burn.
There's songs I haven't written.
Lessons left to learn. Reasons still to fight.
There's you to kiss goodnight, so hold on tight. It makes me mad, really. Wish I could blame a twister or a hurricane or my pesky sister. Wish I could blame away this feeling in my heart.
Yes, so the song that you just heard, that is the one that was featured in the animatic of A Lesson in Tightropes, where both Melissa and Justin sang the song together as Ginger and Orion. So that courtesy of
Right. That was what I auditioned with.
yeah, courtesy of Mark Risley, by the way, who gave me that. So thank you, Mark.
Cool. Yeah.
Anyway, so for those, yeah, I know. Anyway, so for those who are wondering who those people were on the screen, so we had Beth Holland, who played as the psychiatrist from And She Was Gone. Eddie Barth, who played as Louis, who ran the joke shop that Carlin Hoodsey always liked to go to. Jim Duffy was one of the supervising producers of Klasky Csupo. Jeanette Dubois was the voice of Mrs. Patterson. Louis Arquette was Mr. Celia, the science teacher. Kathleen Freeman, Mrs. Gordon, the teacher of Carlin Hoodsey. Patty Deutsch was Mrs. Dave, Dr. Dave's mom. Pat Harrington Jr., who played as custodian in Kiss Today Goodbye. And finally, Pat Voldshrine, who was the doctor for the documentary in Gym Class Confidential when they had to learn about puberty.
Wow.
If you search on YouTube, Kathleen Freeman actually has a collective of like all the hilarious moments in her cinematic history. So I urge anyone to Google it and find it, because just there's quite some hilarious stuff in there as well, and a lot of warm tributes also from people there who worked with her as well.
Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, I would definitely like to give a moment of silence for those that we've lost, and so I would like if you can to either mute your microphones or just let's just take one moment to think of the ones that we've lost in the show and how that we will still remember them. Thank you, everyone. So, yeah, on that note, I'm sorry for holding you guys, Jackie, Kenn, and Laraine. So, yes, final thoughts on, working on the show right before you have to go.
I just want to say thanks to everybody. I'm almost in tears right now after that beautiful.
Yeah, I'm about to cry too.
So much fun, and I remember all of us crying through the last episode. Like we could barely get through it because I don't think I've ever worked on another show where it felt like such a close-knit family. You know, where everything worked together so beautifully, and I got to do everything that I love to do, including acting and singing and making friends, and it was so beautiful. So thank you to everyone from cast and crew who put together such a magical experience.
Yes.
Thank you for Patricia for putting this together.
No, thank Aaron. He did this.
And Aaron.
Oh, thank you very much, guys. Well, I'm just the technical brain behind it. Patricia was the one who works the magic.
It was so great seeing everybody, and it was so great seeing like Sandy and Hope and like just it's just so crazy, and they look the same.
So do you. We just need some glasses, some of us. So now I can't see.
I love you guys.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Before I step out too, I need to get on my way as well.
Of course.
Okay, that's
Thank
fine.
you so much,
I want
Keythe,
to
for
say
coming.
Thank you, Klasky Chupo, for really launching my career. I was started as a PA at Klasky Chupo. I did the spread for the recording sessions, so thanks for all the compliments on the food.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
And I was able to work my way up through production, and eventually they gave me my first directing gig on Rugrats and my second directing gig on As Told by Ginger. And it was, like I said before, just a beautiful opportunity to be a part of something that's really, really special and really, really rare.
And so were you as a director, Keythe.
Yes.
You were incredible. You're my favorite animation director. I've said that before.
Yeah.
You're incredible. You were.
Mine too.
And you still are. You're amazing. Because you come from an acting background, so.
Keythe, please tell Anne that I say hello.
I will.
Thank you.
Great to see you, Maureen.
Yes, his award-winning costume designer, genius wife.
All right. Good
Well,
to see
thank you so much. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Yeah, around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia.
Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you, Patricia.
I'm so, like I said, I'm just so flattered that we were able to come together and just have this amazing experience. And like I said, I mean, I never thought that this would actually happen. But no, I thank you. I thank you so much.
Can I say something, Patricia?
Please do.
I think it's pretty awesome that you're doing this because no one else is.
Yeah.
Nickelodeon didn't even.
Nope.
So congratulations.
The amount of times I've told Patricia that what she's doing here is something really special and everyone's going to get a kick out of it, and the amount of times that she's told me, it's I'm not too sure how it's going to go. I think I don't know about all of you. I think it's gone tremendously. I think she's done a really good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I honestly think this could be something that would be really fun for people to watch if we shot it really well and everything.
Yeah, I mean, if normal circumstances, we would have definitely done this in a convention.
Well, maybe next year.
Definitely next year. Yes, absolutely.
We need for Nickelodeon to bring the show back. That's what we need.
That's what we need.
I know that when I wear my Carl shirt to work, I work at Disney now, and animators and artists who are Leandra's age come up to me all the time and say that was my favorite show.
Oh,
nice.
It's good to hear that. Yeah. That's
people it's weird to be the old man now, isn't it, Anthony?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
I just wanted to say thank you, and it's so good to see everyone. And this was one of my fondest memories of acting and animation and getting started in voiceover. And I know that there isn't a Comic-Con or an event that I go to where a young adult comes up to me and says, "This show saved my life. This show changed my life, and it meant so much." And I think Emily really wrote real, authentic characters that, had real life stories and tapped into what everybody's going through. So I would love to see the show come back, but it's so great to see all of you.
Absolutely.
And thank you so much, Patricia.
Thank you.
So much work into this. And I really appreciate you.
Thank you for coming.
guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
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 Okay.
Bye, Chet.
So cute.
I know, right?
It's adorable.
Yeah.
We're
So-
gonna say goodbye. It's nice to see everyone. Thank you so much for having us.
Oh, but before we go, Maureen, Bob gave me this. This was another thing that I forgot to share of the many pictures that Bob gave me, but I want to show this to you really quick before you go. So apparently this was like during a goodbye event.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I never.
Oh.
Yeah,
Very stylish.
Wow. I got laid off from Klasky Chupo, so this was
We
that.
all did. Everybody did.
Everyone did. It was just going away.
I got laid off. But it allowed me to start dating Anthony, so that was all good.
Yeah.
And how many kids do you have now?
We have two.
Twins.
Oh, that's adorable.
They're
Again, the
Ginger's
perfect
age
age.
now,
Yeah,
so.
they're
Yeah,
about
the
to
perfect
be
age.
13 in a couple months.
13. Wow.
Yeah.
I have a
Maureen,
14-year-old, so I know.
Oh yeah.
Have they seen the show? Have they watched it?
Yeah, we just watched 3 last night.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, and we weren't able to show it to them until through Darren and Patricia sending the link.
Yeah, I had to send them the link of the episodes because unfortunately they're not available on Amazon Prime or Netflix or anything like that.
You know what? That's a crime. I think they should put this everywhere. You know, like I remember this show. I mean, I'm more of a Hey Arnold fan more than I am, you know, any other TV show. But you know, because Craig Bartlett, you know, obviously gives me his generous time every year, every once a year. But you know, I just think As Told by Ginger should be streamed. I'm sorry. I think it should be out there somewhere for everyone to see.
Yeah.
It does. Everyone tells me it helped me. It helped me through junior high. It helped me through 6th grade. It helped me. And the funny thing is, it totally helped me too. Like I got to relive junior high in a totally different way. It was so beautiful. And I actually went to Emily at one point and said, "Did you follow me? How did you know? How did you know about the hairy legs and about all this stuff?" I thought, you just totally captured my life. It was great. It's such a I know.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But no,
YouTube though, right? Don't they still have tons of episodes on YouTube?
Yeah, you just have to look around. You know, it's getting harder and harder to find, unfortunately. But I know, right?
So frustrating.
I know it sucks. But no, thank you, Maureen and Anthony, for coming. I really do appreciate it. It was very, very nice meeting you.
It was so nice meeting you
Nice
too.
to meet
Thank you very much.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
See you again. See you, Mo. See you,
Bye,
Anthony.
Patricia. Bye, everybody. I'm going to say goodbye.
All right,
I'll
bye.
see you guys later. It was nice seeing you all.
Thank you so much, Leandra, for coming on by.
Yeah, Leandra.
So wonderful. So glad you're doing well.
And good luck with all your writing.
I'm sorry?
And good luck with all your writing.
Yes, you're right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, wait, one more thing. I completely forgot about this. I have another song to show. So Leandra actually wrote songs and she posted it on her Bandcamp.
Oh.
So I actually have the MP3 file for you, Aaron. Click on the folder that says Zimera OMG. Click on song number 2.
Will do. Just give me 1 second. Zimera OMG. I'm gonna say I was gonna extract it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so while you're doing that, waiting for the extraction. I got
Oh,
some
wait,
more
I got it.
pictures.
I got it.
Oh, you got. Excuse me.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. I think it's playing.
Okay.
Oh, the song.
Yeah, I decided this one out of all of them because I think it sounded appropriate for gender.
Keeping still, not speaking because it's too soon. The miller threshes wheat under a new moon. The flies that land on the lashes of your eyes are the color of the soul's dark night. But still we fight against the wind and the source of our plight. Why don't we stay at the bottom, watching surface meet day is a monument to mystery. Who knows what creatures crawl in the darkness? I unclench my jaw, unfurl my hard fist. Centripetal forces in the storm of the mind are weaker than the heavy, ever-achingly divine. But still we fight, fight, fight against the wind and the source of our plight. Why don't we stay, stay, stay at the bottom, watching surface meet day? Quiet, remembering homogeneity, existing is a monument to mystery. At the bottom, you keep your thoughts in good form, downtrodden upon the ground. You are worm, you think you can run and you think you can hide, but you can never escape what's inside. But still we fight, fight, fight against the wind and the source of our plight. Why don't we stay, stay, stay at the bottom, watching surface meet day? Quiet, remembering homogeneity, existing as a monument to mystery. Mystery.
Very nice.
Amazing. That's
Very awesome.
Very nice.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I actually did an unsigned artist. I think back. I think we have to go back to North Manchester FM. Back when I was doing terrestrial radio days, and since I was doing that, so yeah, that takes me back. Thank you.
Yeah. So. Go ahead.
Mutinying. I'm gonna have to say my goodbyes.
Okay,
Cool.
absolutely. So thank you so much,
Bye,
Aspen, for
Aspen.
coming.
Hi, Aspen.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, Patricia, it sounds like we're wrapping up a little bit anyway.
Yeah,
so
I think
mean,
we are,
tell
for
you what,
sure.
I mean, shall we take some quick questions from the audience before we leave? Maybe just like 5-minute Q&A, and then we'll probably just.
Yeah, we'll probably head out. So if any of you guys from the chat have any questions for anyone who's here, then please let us know. While we wait for questions, might as well show off some more not fan art, concept art. That's what I meant to say. So let's see. I got Darren's, Darren McGowan's photos. Let me just pull those up really quick.
Cool. Okay. And so while you're getting those up,
Yeah.
see you, Leandra.
Okay. Thank you so much, Leandra. Bye-bye.
Leandra, it's great
Bye-bye.
to see you.
Hi, honey.
Awesome.
Cool.
Great to see you.
Okay, so let me just pull up the first.
The
Okay.
hardcore six are still here.
Okay, one question I got here is from Shane Christie. He asks, do you think Carl and Noelle got back together eventually?
Yeah, you know it.
Absolutely.
And what I'd like to know is what happened between then and now. Like, it's a whole thing. I want to see and know everything that happened between grade school and like 2020. And that's a movie.
There you go. That's a movie. Let's see. The next question from Norbert. To the people still here, what would be the plot of an As Told by Ginger TV movie or season 4 if Nickelodeon ever greenlit it?
Yeah, Noelle and Carl hook up.
There you go. That's funny. That is the story.
And in breaking news, two people known as Carl and Noelle were caught stealing radioactive material from the Chernobyl nuclear disaster site.
No, you know what? That would be the B story of the movie.
There you go. That's the B story.
But the B story's got to be some kind of a lovey triangle. You know, it's got to be something heavy.
Yeah, sure.
Something dramatic, something important, something poignant.
Mm-hmm.
And then Noelle and Carl jackass and the B story.
Right.
Down, 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 down.
All right. Let's see. Panda Star asks, what was the best episode you guys worked on in As Told by Ginger?
I loved every one of them. I can't say there was a best, but man, I love doing music because I'm a songwriter too. And so I was like, I was in dreamland every time a song came and they're like, Ginger whips out her guitar. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the best. I get to sing again. It was so much fun.
Unless I'm mistaken, didn't all the fans of We're in Between like the one where Ginger gets arrested for like stealing the sign off a bank?
Oh,
Yes.
wasn't that the very beginning?
That was the very first episode.
The very
Aaron.
first episode, yeah. Yeah, a little Ginger's the juvie.
Yes, that's what it's. Yeah, Ginger the Juvie.
It's really hard. It's really hard to pick an episode. Although we kind of did when we were thinking about possibly reading an episode, and we came up with Hello Stranger, such a great episode. So just and Little Seal Girl, which is But for Courtney, I always liked of Lice and Friends.
Mm-hmm.
I boarded all these. That's cute.
Courtney gets
But
heavy.
the lice thing
I
is
like
gross.
that.
Yeah. I wish the rest of the crew was still here because like we all had our favorites. And the best thing was like we were all like we really put everything into it.
Yeah.
Looked like it.
Mm-hmm.
Cool Paws 96 says, can Melissa say any line as Ginger?
Cool Paws, I just want to thank you so much for coming out today and hanging out with us. 'Cause you're so amazing for watching us all these years. We love you, Cool Paws.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Wow. Like, Melissa, the fact that you can just do that right off the bat, Annie McAfee had to really train back up to be Phoebe in Hey Arnold when she came back. Wow, that's amazing that you can do right off the bat. That's awesome.
It's in my heart, it's in my heart.
Yeah.
Those parts that we play that we just love, it was so nice because even when, like, you guys know this from the podcast, but during the recording of Ginger, I was in a really, really bad car accident. And I actually was electrocuted, lost my voice completely.
Yeah.
And, I came back. And when I was off for 2 weeks. And when my voice came back, all I had was a raspy voice.
Right.
Like next month. So thank God. It was like Ginger was the only show I could do for a while, which is fine. I don't know if
Can I just say, Melissa, you're speaking to somebody who has, I have autism and Asperger's syndrome, and I have something called semantic pragmatic language disorder. So you probably imagine me, I had to have an intense amount of speech therapy growing up. The idea of losing all that progress would just be devastating to me. So, you've got so much sympathy there. At the moment,
and as for me, I mean, it was a miracle that I'm even talking in the first place, because when I was born, I was diagnosed with severe autism, and the doctors told my mother, I'm sorry, your child will never talk. I know, right?
And here we both are doing podcasts.
Yeah, I know, right?
you guys are walking miracles.
I know.
Yeah, thank you.
Totally.
Let's see. Let me pull up another one. Panda Star asks, out of curiosity, would Courtney have a spin-off comic book or series? Because, they love the character as soon as, the last episode happened.
Well, we can only hope. I mean, maybe it'll be based on my new fashion line.
Absolutely, yeah. Courtney has her own YouTube channel.
It would probably be a reality show, wouldn't you think?
That too.
It would be a reality show.
Alyssa Morgana asks, what would Ginger be up to today?
I would think Ginger would be writing and raising children, and probably still writing because she had such an affinity for writing in her journal and helping children and helping kids through tough times. I think maybe even a therapist. Who knows?
Let's see, for the crew. Question, did you know that when As Told by Ginger aired in Russia, they went as far as to redub the Klasky Chupa logo for almost every episode? It's hilarious. What was the story behind that? I didn't know that.
Well, as the crew spokesperson right now, I have no idea. And this is news to me. So.
Yeah, this is news to me too. So
I was going to say, because I remember speaking with Craig Bartlett about when they were redubbing Hey Arnold, and they basically just said, okay, they didn't really pay much attention to it, really. It was just whoever was on the ground basically got the say of what was going to happen. So.
Yeah,
they redid the logo, or they dubbed it different, or what was the
they
story?
said that they redubbed the Klasky Chupo logo.
The one that goes.
Yeah, that's the one. Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I didn't know this.
I didn't know it either. So yeah, sorry, no parking, Barry.
It probably exists on YouTube somewhere. I would like to hear it. So
Yeah, speaking of YouTube, last night I did the As Told by Ginger fan appreciation live stream. And I actually had somebody from Libya, and he said, did you know that they actually kept the same voice actresses for the show, but they redid the songs in Arabic?
Whoa.
I know. And he's like, the songs are so good. And he's like, he gave me like, he showed me like the YouTube videos of the theme song of As Told by Ginger and the little seal girl in Arabic. And I'm like, wow, this is amazing. I didn't know this. It's like, it's pretty cool.
It makes you wonder, why did they not also redub the voices as well?
I don't know. That's actually a really good question, because they redub voices for a lot of them. I mean, I remember when doing We're in Between, they did they redubs for like Germany, where the show is called Ginger's Welt. And Welt. As in Ginger's World. It's Ginger's Welt. Then there was like, the Spanish dub with like Latin America and various other places. But yeah, that's actually really interesting. I didn't know this. So shout out to Abdulmaz who told me about that information. Let me see. What was it? Blaster Team Animation asks, Melissa, are you in any way related to Walt Disney? And how would a British Ginger sound? Oh, okay.
Yes, I am related. I am related to Walt Disney, a distant cousin.
Okay, cool.
Wow.
And British Ginger, apparently.
Ginger, I think would be quite like this. I think she'd be quite stately and fabulous.
Nice. Like that.
That's awesome.
Steve Arnold asks, what do you think Carl and Hoodsie would be doing today? What careers would they be doing?
I think they'd be doing time.
One time.
Oh man.
Sorry, Melissa. What were you saying?
No, that's
doing time
You said
undercover.
the same
yeah, they're time undercover, right?
Yeah. Undercover for the government because they've already done their time.
There you go. That's what they
Plea bargain.
Yeah. They were busted, and the feds pulled them into an office and said, "Listen, you guys, we don't approve of what you're doing, but we appreciate it."
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's actually a good question. Haley Bascom doesn't have a question, but she just wants to say, I just want to echo everyone's thank you for creating this wonderful show. I confess it's a huge reason I am pursuing a career in writing for young adults and middle graders. Thank you. So thank you, Haley. Let's see. So I think that's let's see. I think that's pretty much it. So
Cool.
Listen, I just want to thank you guys so much for doing this. This has been amazing, and I like I said, I mean, just like 20 years, it's an amazing achievement from all of you guys. So thank you.
Thank you for having
you.
I just had a really quick question. When did you discover Ginger? Were you a kid when it was on?
I was 14 when the show came out in 2000.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's awesome. We're really proud of it.
Yeah, I think I discovered As Told by Ginger the same time Patricia did. I think when I was in the UK, and I think we got it just around about the time that satellite television started to kind of take off. So I think it was around about that time, because for some of the Nickelodeon shows, if you wanted to watch them, you had to have a satellite box or a cable subscription. And because we either had, if you didn't have that, you had two choices. You either watch children's BBC, which the BBC produced their own programming anyway, so they didn't really go after anyone else third party, or you had CITV, who would go after some Nickelodeon shows like Hey Arnold and such. But it would be, sometimes they'd be on, sometimes they wouldn't. Be like, and sometimes they just play British shows. So you really needed a satellite dish, or you needed something underground to basically get you what you wanted. So
yeah. So once again, I just want to say thank you and thank you and thank you. I'm still amazed that we were able to accomplish all of this. So this is
I don't know how you did it, Patricia.
I don't either.
Congratulations.
Nice job. This was really
It's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I just want so anybody want to like talk about their upcoming projects that they're working on, or where can people find you at? So yeah, if you want to plug and promote your stuff, take it.
I'm on Instagram. I don't know what the future looks like right now, guys. So
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I've been locked in a cage with 2 children under 5. It's the first time I've bathed in a week. Oh my gosh. I'm proud to be part of this show, even for the short time I was. I literally, the scene that I did, Melissa, remember when when she had her appendix taken out?
Yeah.
Preparing that scene felt like it was live action.
Yeah.
This whole show, even with scratchy voices and stuff, it felt like a live action show. In fact, it would translate very easily as far as tone. Yeah, you know what I mean? You can have fun with the characters and stuff, but it was real. And then we never treated it like, it was just like, oh, I'm really in middle school. This is actually so real. In fact, it was almost out of Nickelodeon, or maybe it was to Nickelodeon. It was Canadian melodrama. It was, I don't know.
Maybe.
It was almost Degrassi,
Totally the same. I always felt like I was like on camera,
I felt legit actor in this.
You're a great actor.
So are you. You are me. I can't believe I get to see you after all these years.
Oh, so fun. So good.
We're still on Facebook, right? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Lately I've been doing these meditations on different meditation apps. I'm getting paid to like write them, and also
really
nice
like Abide and some other things. It's really cool. So you might be listening sometime when you're trying to get to sleep and be like, oh my gosh, that's Melissa.
You're on Abide? I have the Abide app. I have to do it or else I go crazy.
It's a really nice one. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So some of that kind of stuff, and it's nice to get into writing a little bit. And I don't know what's coming. I mean, in the last 10 to 15 years, I've been doing so many of these live award show things. So the next time you'll hear me, I'll be flying to Nashville to do the Country Music Awards.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, you do the.
Melissa, I have a weird memory. I have a weird memory of going to see you play live, and I don't remember. It was in North Hollywood, and you sang a song called "Stalking You."
I did.
Well, wait a minute. Is that the same song that you eventually put into the Comeback Kids?
Yes.
I knew it.
I want her to sing it live. Wow, that's awesome.
Wow, that's good. Yeah, we did. My husband wrote the TV show called The Comeback Kids, and it never got picked up. We were so close at NBC, and oh my gosh, another really.
But by the way, definitely check that out. Ryan James on YouTube, The Comeback Kids. It has Richard Horvitz and.
Richard, really?
Yeah, Richard Horvitz is there, and he plays as this former child star, and Melissa's in there as the crazy stalker.
It's so fun. I love that. That's my other most fun.
Yeah, and then that eventually spun off into the Quarantine Bunch, which I had you on as well, and I had Ryan, and oh my gosh, that is still the most wildest podcast I've ever done, where you were like, the guy was beeping his horn constantly, and you were saying that it was like what, it's like it's to make up for the fact that he has a small package or something.
Car alarm going off near us or something.
There you go.
It's on under the Comeback Kids. Is that what it's called?
The Comeback Kids. Yeah.
Yeah, looking at the pilot, you'll see it. It's really fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Anyway, so Darren, are you still working on the Loud House?
No.
Oh no.
There are recent developments. I got an offer to work someplace else.
Nice. Well, congratulations.
It's a bigger deal and it's a newer deal. So I'm kind of like exploring a little bit of a bump in my career. So that's exciting.
Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck with whatever that you do.
Darren, I want just a quick question on that. What's the possibility that the Loud House will one day eclipse SpongeBob SquarePants?
It's getting close.
Yeah. It is actually.
When I left, look, with Loud House, we had some highs and we had some lows, boy. And that show, they're holding on to it and they're just going to keep pushing it, and we'll see what happens. I mean, I left and it's still on top. It's good. That show's great.
Fantastic.
I mean, because it was to the point where I was kind of like, they did the La Casa Grandes, and I was kind of like, well, I mean, that's going to appeal to a particular audience, but no, it spread like wildfire, and I was like, oh wow, I was wrong. Like, the Loud House is an engine.
Darren, I told you.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm allowed to be wrong.
Of course you are, as long as I'm right.
Those two crews, Casa Grandes, these are some of my best friends, and we went through a lot together, and they're wonderful people. And so, like, any success that they have, I hope they have lots of it.
Of course.
These are really great people.
Absolutely. Anyway, Liz, do you have anything, any upcoming projects to share or anything?
You know, during this whole time, I have been sewing.
Sewing? That's great.
Sewing.
Fantastic.
I'm sewing all kinds of things.
Hi, doggy.
But anyway, so it's keeping me busy and sane. You know, I've got Melissa, when you go to Nashville, call me beforehand. My daughter's there.
Oh, yeah.
She's going to school there.
Nice.
Kind of, you know, she's there and going to school online.
Yeah.
But anyway, she's a songwriter, and that's why she's there. So
nice.
But yeah, you know, just I don't know. I'm just sort of trying to keep everything together.
Yeah, we all are. We all are.
So I'm going to take up sewing at some point because I don't know if you can see all these scarves behind me, but my football team, Preston North End, recently changed their logo, and so now it looks like this, and which is the Invincibles logo, which they said they'd never go back to because it's the Invincibles team, but they decided to go back to it anyway, and now on my scarf, this is the one scarf that's got the odd one out, and everything else looks different. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, Aaron.
I wanted to say thank you for this. This is just great, and it's obviously, I mean, it's a passion of yours, and it just you know, and it's so surprising to me to find out that it was a passion for so many other people who watched it.
No, seriously, I want to give the credit to Patricia because you know, before Patricia came into my life, you know, we've been together for you know, 2 and a bit years now, and before she came into my life, you know, I was a ranting, raving talk radio show host who didn't like your president, didn't like my prime minister, and didn't like most other things in politics, and that was I just brought out my misery out in public. But Patricia got me back in touch with, like, you know, the things I loved back in the day and things like that, and you know, she's kind of brought me back from the brink, really, and I never said this out in public. You know, I'm really glad that she's in my life and you know, getting me to do stuff like this because I've never been so happy. You know.
Yeah, and same here. You know, it's you know, I was going through my fair share of struggles, and you know, meeting up with Aaron, you know, he helped me find the confidence that I actually never had. So you know, we've kind of helped each other out for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway. So once again, thank you guys so much for coming in, and you know, happy 20th anniversary to As Told by Ginger. So if Nickelodeon, Viacom, whoever sees this, if you guys if you've seen from this video stream, I didn't even mention about the amount of people who came in. Over 100 people saw our live stream.
Wow.
Yeah, over 100 people from all over the world. You know, somebody from South Korea stayed up at 2 a.m. to watch this. I know, Australia, Ireland, you know, South Africa, you know, places from all over the world were watching us and recollecting on our time work of talking about the show and stuff like that. So, you know, we want to definitely thank the fans and, you know.
Thanks everybody for doing that. And by the way, actually, I actually want to give a shout out to actually our Asian and also our Oceanic listeners, because since we've been on the Ghana app, which is the Indian app which they listen to, it's actually now become our second biggest audience. So to pay you guys back, we're going to do a special screening for Within Your Time, where you're all going to be awake and I'm going to be like half asleep. We're going to do a special screening of the Hey Arnold anniversary show with Craig Bartlett, which we did, you know, at the beginning of this month, and we're going to do that for all of you to say thank you to all you guys. So you're really cool. Thanks for tuning in at a very late time, and I promise to pay you all guys back.
Yeah.
So.
Awesome.
So yes, once again, thank you, and we hope that you guys have yourselves, you know, a wonderful day. You know, stay safe, be careful, and you know, just keep on smiling and you know, continue to hold strong. That's what I'll say.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay.
Love you all. Mwah.
Bye.
See you later, guys. And for everyone that's listening to the stream, it is now 37 minutes past the hour. You are listening to the Old School Lane and watching the Old School Lane channel, broadcasting from Huntsville in Alabama and being relayed from the Aaron Meta Show studios in Manchester in the United Kingdom. That's all we have for you to now. Thank you very much for joining us. Take care, and bye-bye for now.
That was awesome.
Ginger just took over.